Now, here's some practical advice for younger people, which is to go back into the Gorgivian sly technique, which is what he does, or what he did, or a variation of it, is you have to realize that there's sort of three parts of your personality. Now, when you come up with an aim, now this is the part that requires a lot of introspection. You need to formulate an aim and a plan. But first, an aim. What is it that you want to do? Now, see that word "want" all of a sudden. See, you really shouldn't want anything. But a lot of people will belt out things because we've been trained to say that. That's an egoic response. That is not what I'm talking about. This aim, this is where you can just throw yourself down on the floor, do the bowing practice, and get low and meditate. Have a little piece of paper with a pencil next to you and brainstorm during meditation, but not what you want necessarily, but what's in your mind, all different types of things. But with sort of the passive aim, to be thinking in the context of an aim, and then later going through those ideas and trying to formulate them more into a plan, like step by step, incrementally. Because a lot of this stuff you'll be surprised about. You have to put the ego in the kennel where it doesn't want to be, doesn't feel like that's the right place for it. In fact, it feels insulted. It feels injured. It feels existentially threatened. It thinks you're crazy. Right? It'll start trying to have you blame somebody for your situation, blame yourself, blame others. Blame, blame, blame. That's ego. It's like a dog barking. When you hear woof, woof, it's the ego. The dog is barking itself. So the part you're not connected with is the essential self. That's what the whole meditative process is about, is re-establishing contact, because you don't have it. If you're a Westerner or a cartwheeling type of person, look, kids, I also want to excuse a lot of Western educational institutions because they're just trying to do the best for the most amount of people. Now, that assumption was true at least before the Cultural War started. Now it's sort of a mix. Like, a lot of these schooling situations are so messed up that people are labeled as ADD because they can't concentrate, because the whole framing of it is not really congruent with any kind of essential self. So, like, you're going to have to take a weekend, like, just plan yourself a couple of days because prayerful meditation on this type of deep level that matters as much as it does, because it really is important to give your life some type of directionality that is congruent with your essential self. If it isn't, you're going to be out of congruence. And what does that mean? Who's going to come up with a plan for you? Are you going to like that plan? Probably not. See, not coming up with a plan is coming up with a plan, which is to say, no planism. Now, I am sort of a fan of no planism under certain conditions. But I only got to that level of no planism after looking back. I had accomplished a lot of plans without really realizing it. Now, luckily, a lot of those things were congruent, but a lot of those things weren't. And if I looked into some things more deeply, and if I had processed all of the immense amount of trauma that I had accumulated, even in small relationships, then I could have maybe extracted the wisdom earlier on and then developed an aim that did not include trivial relationships. But look, that's me and my perfectionism trying to go back in the past, make everything perfect, but I would have never come to the conclusions that I did if I didn't make those experiences and then marinate in them after a certain point and then set it all on fire and burn it all off. So, but, so I'm not saying that you can avoid suffering. What I'm saying is if you accumulate a certain amount of it where you feel like you can't move forward, that's a great point to then transmute that into insight. Rather than suppress it, to embrace the discomfort of that. But that also requires connecting to the essential self and kenneling the ego. Not so easy, especially with all you people out there with all these strong egos. You people doing extracurricular activities and everything, that's all ego. You're just like one big muscle. But you've got zero intuition. And that's sort of a dangerous, it's almost like a state of hypnosis. You're just you're autopiloting. Your ego is autopiloting. That's not skillful at all. Now, some of you have had more skillful direction than others. Others have had very bad direction. So I think me telling them that they need to reclaim control of their lives, that's not something they need to convince themselves about. They know that's true. But for the people that were sort of steered in the right direction, it's still your responsibility to figure out exactly what's congruent and to develop an aim. Now, this is the thing. Once you have that plan developed, now, Gurdjieff said you should only give yourself a day, like a full day, full 24 hours. I think that's a little... He wanted to create the pressure on it. I see that angle, so you can vary. But I would recommend taking like 2-3 days, depending on how suppressed, how distracted, how messed up and mania kind of possessed way you are. Which in the West is now just normal. So, but in his day it really wasn't. People were a little bit more connected, I would hope, than they are today. But in any case, 3 days. I think in 3 days you can come up with sort of a plan. Well, the aim is very important, and the plan is something then you compartmentalize. Like, okay, what can I do today? Or what can I do in the next 3 days? Like, come up with 3-day plans, like for, let's say, strategic plans, and then bring it all the way back. Right? From the week, or let's say 2 weeks, 1 week, 3 days, 1 day, and try to fill in things you can do that will lead you towards the aim. Now, once you have that strategic outline and some marching orders, then it's really about autopilot, ego, and discipline. And it's like, all right, let's take it on the start at the top and work your way down. Do it methodically and do it ruthlessly. Ruthlessly. Something will get in your way. Expect that. And it's going to possibly be on an emotional level, like you're going to have the first difficulty and then you might overreact to that or get discouraged or want to go back to your old habits, which is usually to distract yourself, engage in some type of denialism or suppression or entertainment or anything else. You have to ruthlessly stop yourself from being distracted and bring yourself back to the task at hand. And you watch yourself. Like say, I set this up for this to work like this, and then you're going to watch yourself how I won't say essential self, but let's say the id how it wants to throw a monkey wrench on the ego. And see, at that point, you've teamed up with the ego because you know you're congruent with the essential self because you put in the necessary time. So now you know who's misbehaving. It's not the ego. The ego wants to do the right thing. The ego always wants to be right. The only problem is it's usually wrong. It's usually not in alignment. It's taking social cues. It's external validation oriented. It's austere to a fault, like self-punishing kind of way. But all of those things are good attributes once you know that this is the aim, this is the plan, and then you don't have to have any pity or understanding with a misbehaving inner animal that wants to throw a monkey wrench or go do the things that it usually did when it didn't have an aim, when it was just aimlessly pursuing whatever it is that it wanted to do, which is more or less a whole lot of nothing. Keeping you behind the 8 ball or in some situation that's driving you nuts. Or it's in a place that could be nice, but it isn't because you don't have this, this, and this, and this. So you do need to take care of that. And you do need to stay on track. And then view anything that's taking you off that way. Do you need to look at your phone right now to accomplish this task? Yes or no? No? Oh, well, look at the id trying to pull a fast one here and then stop yourself. I'm not doing that. I'm going to do this first. Now, in between the tasks that you set out for yourself, you could give yourself some kind of reward. Like say, all right, only between tasks, I will allow myself, let's say, this amount of time for a distraction or a reward, but no more. Okay, you wanted to look at your phone? All right, we finished task number 1. You can look at your phone for 10 seconds. Something like that. Give yourself a time frame. And then stick to it. Okay, 10 seconds is up. No, I want to keep... There it is. You just put it... You aligned with the ego. The ego put it down. The ego's on board. And that's the way. It's on to task number 2. And this is a helpful exercise because it does involve a lot of interior expectation. Like you're already assuming resistance, but you've shifted your alignment. In the beginning, when it was strategic, it was emotive, it was ego canceling. And in the second phase, it's utterly ruthless discipline. Yet with sensitivity to what you're dealing with. Like you can't just assume you're going to, oh yeah, okay, I set this course, I set up these points, and I agreed to myself that I was going to do it, and then, okay, go, and then 5 minutes later you're doing something else. You have to assume that your bad habits and your lack of discipline are going to try to sabotage you, and be prepared for it. And bring the dedication to the point of contact. Now, starting off this way will seem very different, but it's something that you can get used to and then refine the process. Like, okay, today I could have got this, this, and this done if I wasn't stupid enough between breaks to make that mistake of contacting person XYZ that then threw everything for a loop. So I'm not doing that next time. In fact, I will avoid contacting people that could throw me off when I'm engaging in ruthless discipline. I said I was going to do 5 push-ups, and nobody else is here is watching me, but God and me. And neither one of us is going to lie to ourselves about what it is that I have decided to do and how I'm going to do it. Nothing in the world is going to stop me from doing that. And then you do it. That's the type of mindset you need to have. So it's an experiment. Now, I'm not saying that this will solve all of your problems or it's something that you should be using all the time, because that is also sort of a, let's say, temptation to say, oh, this method works so great, I'm going to use it all the time, and then you're never going to go back into prayerful meditation mode or be able to shift gears once you've achieved your aims. You see, that is then the danger, that you're going to go further than what you wanted to achieve, and then you end up going too far. Like, I want to be rich, so these people, they do everything to be rich, and then they end up taking riskier propositions, and then they end up losing. It's about risk management. And it's about contentment, and it's about satisfaction. It is not about proving anything to anyone. It's not about being the best. It's not about appearing to be the best. It's about good enough, and it's about achievability. It's about discipline. It's about clarity. It's about congruency. It's about skill, period. Do not put any extras on it. And any type of aims you pick out for yourself, there's karma related to that. You choose foolishly, you will experience a dissatisfaction. And maybe not just that. Maybe you're setting yourself up for even more unskillfulness. But potentially you could catch yourself and then adjust and pull yourself out of that. So don't see that as failure, just see that as a course correction along the way. Using a lot of insight and taking the time to do that. Like, is this really in accordance to my aims? Is there a different way of doing this? Am I really on course? And being brutally honest with yourself and the feedback that you get. Like, I think I would get better results if I did it this way instead. If that's true, change your damn plan. But beware about changing that plan. You shouldn't change the plan when you're in the execution phase. Now, when you come to the end of a planning cycle where you have completed the plan, that's really a time for that level of reflection and refinement. But if you do that before, then you could end up sabotaging yourself by then becoming less committed to execution and succumbing to doubt, essentially, which is one of the major hindrances. Doubt comes in so many different forms. Not only does it show up in procrastination, like, I don't know, do I really need to get up this early? See, doubt. To, I don't think this should be this hard, Or I really thought I wanted to do this, but now I'm halfway in and I don't think it's what I want type thing. That's very dangerous. That's that devil on the shoulder kind of situation that people get into. I know I'm on a diet, but look at that chocolate cake. What if I just had a little bite and it turns out to be like a quarter of the cake? And then you're sitting there, where did my diet go again? Too common, too vulgar, too normal. That's not where success is. Now, okay, if it happens, forgive yourself, pick yourself out. You're starting now over at zero. But next time, don't let yourself get fooled that way. Maybe somebody came in. Maybe it was your birthday, okay? or someone else's, and it was bad timing and it happened, but that's not going to be the reason you throw the plan or your aims out the window, is it? It's just a bump in the road. And you wouldn't believe, comically, sometimes people have that. Like, things show up, like the devil will show up and try to throw you for a loop when he sees you're on the right track. He doesn't want people on the right track. That's not his job. His job is putting them and keeping them on the wrong track. What will he beam into your mind? That's what you should look at. No, I can't do this. That thought, where did it come from? That's right. Wants to keep you stuck in misery, stuck in helplessness, stuck without any options, any ideas, any congruencies, anything. Wrecked. But that's no way to be, is it? Look at the other shoulder. Who's sitting there? It's your guardian angel. So listen to your guardian angel. Don't listen to the damn devil. But be ready, because that's how it works. That's how people understood these things to work. And in a lot of ways, it's a lot more friendly and a lot less psychobabble to see things like that, cartoonishly like that, because otherwise it would be sort of scary, wouldn't it? Although mistakes in these matters can be very scary, the consequences of them. Oh, this person, they really do want to help me, and I guess I should just go over, and then one thing leads to another, and bing, bang, boom. You're in a big kind of dangerous mess. It's taking on all different kinds of nuances you never expected. So people, be on your P's and Q's. That does not mean living in a constant state of fear, but you should be afraid of doing the wrong thing. Because doing the wrong thing screws you up first. Even if it doesn't appear that way instantaneously. Just having just acting on a bad principle is already setting you up for the next failure. So the sly method does not mean cheating on principles. But it's sly in that it shifts its connection from the essential self to the ego. It uses both that would otherwise be working against each other. It's found a way to broker a position, a plan, an aim. And then you, as the third party between ego and id, you gotta make sure that that happens. And it's not a scientific kind of thing. It's gonna need a lot of art and science, but mostly art, to get the two to work in tandem towards each other. Is the ego right to snap at the animal because it wants to slack off? Oh, it is, okay. Hey, I'm giving the ego the green light here. So get back to what you were doing. Go back to sleep. We got work to do here. You ever see that? Like, people on camera, their animal, their little pet will jump out of nowhere on their desk and start playing on their keyboards. I mean, sometimes it's funny. But sometimes it's really not the right time or place. But you don't have to, hit the cat. You could just pick it up gently, put it back down, maybe pet it, give it usher it out the door and close it, and then get back to work. You don't have to see yourself as some type of failure, because that might then the door cracks a little bit, it pushes against, it comes back in. So these things happen. These things happen. This is why we like animals. They remind us of ourselves, our real self. You ever see a cat sleeping in the sun, just happy as can be? Yeah, we would like to be like that many times, but why aren't we? Well, that's another question altogether. But yeah, sly method refinement, people. Get committed to it. Get committed to the process and give it a try. If it doesn't work, at least it was something that you didn't. It wasn't. It's an option that you didn't know of before. Now you know it. But as a footnote, remember that whole emotive, connecting, meditative prayer process where I said put the ego in the kennel. That's easier said than done. A lot of the things your essential self might come up with, your ego is going to be dead set against. Like the ego is also the logically rational captured part of your mind. So it's going to be like, what? It's going to be the critic. Why? I told you time and again that makes no sense. I don't want to do that. That's not comfortable. Quitting my job, moving from a city that I moved to because it turned into a total madhouse that I couldn't have foreseen, and the ego wants to just slog through fighting windmills that can't be defeated, and this and that. Well, you know, the essential self, you got to give it the platform and let it hear it out. It's saying, bail, F this place, F what the ego said. This place is off. It's a bad vibe. Bad people are doing bad things, and you're just it's enraged about those things. Doesn't want to be around those things, doesn't want to hear about those things, doesn't want to see those things. And the ego's like, come on, this is nothing. Who cares, Like, that's what it's doing. So you have to really put the ego in the kennel and hear your essential self out. If you are a sensitive person, let me tell you, a lot of sensitive people don't want to be sensitive. They don't want to admit it. And that's why they're at odds with themselves. They've also taken on some type of normalization. Like they think, okay, this is normal, but you're sensitive, so for you, it's actually not a good thing. You take this much salt in your meals, you're going to have all different types of conditions that other people don't have. So are you going to be compassionate with yourself at least and admit it? You don't like what the ego set you up for, and it telling you that it's going to be okay and that it's not going to admit that it was wrong forever. That's not a winning strategy. And so this is the crazy part. Like, the essential self will come up with some crazy ideas. So you have to hear it out, but at the same time, maybe try as best you can with your aiming, to aim closer in that direction if you have to make a compromise. But on the other hand, following it as closely as you can might be the better strategy. It really does depend on your circumstances, your situation in life. And maybe the ego, when you come back for that integration between the two, you say, look, the ego, being a trapeze artist is probably not, what's the next best thing? How about, I'll be an arborist instead, and give that a try. And then if I do find out that I'm afraid of heights, then I can sort of segue out of that without too much damage. See, they also say train as hard as you would in real life. So if you set up these training instances and you fail, or you decide that it's not for you, then you've put yourself in those discomfort zones. You've transformed, and it hasn't been too egregious as far as investment goes. But again, egregious in investment, if you're doing too much risk management, you're not going to achieve a happy medium anyway. But you do need to hear the essential self out, and then the integrative process, that's a delicate thing as well. But the execution after that, that's the easy part. That's the part that most Westerners will excel at because that's what you've been trained for. Westerners, I get 10 Westerners together doing jumping jacks. I'm telling you, this place is going to blow up because that's what they do. Under my direction, people would be applauding. It would look like, when they get the jets out, fly over the stadium, there's got two going this way, one going that way, one going up, like the other going down, then parachutes dropping, fireworks. I'd have that all going, synchronizing all that all at the same time. But it's just that before part that we have zero skills. And we don't have the integrative part either. So those are the areas we need to sort of cultivate at the expense of the muscular, egoic side of ourselves. Remember that knowing and doing are important. Knowing is very important, undoubtedly. It's very important. But you need to do once you know, because that's oftentimes where the disconnect is. So if you look at the tree of life, you can see they have the top three worlds, which are cognitive, and then there's a pathway down to the consciousness, but it's invisible. You need Isa, and Isa is Lagus until it's frozen, and only then can you walk down or conduct through it. And that crystallization process is not straightforward. It's intuitive, it's inner work, it's subtle, it requires patience, it requires compassion, it requires unfazability, like a laser beam, kind of magical. And yet, just think you're out there in the middle of the night when ice is forming. Is that a nice place? That place can sort of kill you. If you go too deep, if you stay out in the cold, you might get frozen yourself. So you got to keep it sort of moving while things are freezing, and then connecting what you know with the lower regions, the heart regions, right? Heart chakra for us. I like that one too, applying the tree of life to the human body. Shoulders, you can use that as a meditative body scanning exercises. So, okay, I've got the two shoulders, see, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, like you do the triangle up there. I'm coming into alignment with divine consciousness. I'm going to be receptive to uncluttered ways of thinking. What is the right thing to do? And how can I be in alignment with that? What would be the right thing to do? What would be the good outcome? What would be the best of all worlds? And sometimes the answers might shock you. You might not want... See, if you're too egoically captured, you're going to block that out. Because it also might not be something you want. Like being someone who's outspoken about bad things, why would you want to be that? Like, here, fire. You want to be that person, but God might have said, look, this is not something you should keep for yourself. I didn't put you down here to be in a comfort zone. I put you down here to be of assistance. And this is one way you can do it. You can't do this, and this, but you could do that. And why is that not okay if it helps one person? If it doesn't, people, if any of this has messed you up, please don't blame me. I tried to talk about all the messed up things so you didn't have to think about them. Or if you did, you could see it in a different way and disidentify yourself with it. because that's my method: disidentification, depersonalization, deconflicting, no craving, aversion, or ill will, or as little as possible, cutting it off at the source, disconnecting the pipes, knowing that even a little bit of defilement is not to be in the soup. My cuisine, my standards, they are phenomenal. They are healthy, they are immediate, they are deliverable. They are nutritious too. I'm not out here starving to death. I haven't starved to death yet. Can you believe it? So everybody needs to find that road, for that path, that directionality for themselves, and fine tune it and refine it and reflect on it and course correct. Get some new downloads, new map. That old map, you're going to get lost. There's been a new download. So things don't look that way now. That everything's looking up, everything's okay, everything's good, at least for now. So use that map. Get rid of those old maps where everything's busted, can't go nowhere. Get rid of that map. Don't hold on to that map. Get the new download. There's 3-4 different ways to do it. And now you know, and now you have to get your feet to get you to go there. Nobody's pushing your feet. You got to pick them up yourself and place them skillfully along the map. See, that's the whole thing: knowledge, head and feet. See, the problem is people sort of like me, you can get all caught up in that top part and you can get lost up there, and then nothing happens on the ground. Now, a lot of times that's a good thing, especially if you're in a bad way up there. But after things settle down and you get some clarity, which is really the a priori thing to do, if you are messed up, you got to do that first. And we get all kinds of messed up down here. If it's not this, it's that. If it's that, it's this. It could be this, that, and the other thing all at the same time. So the better shape you are and the better practice you're in, especially during the good times, when you give full impact practice when you don't think you need it, then you are in the best shape when the real stuff comes along. And you know what to do. You know the drill. If not this, you've got that technique. Comes at you low, you come up high. Comes at high, you come down low. Comes at you left, you go right. Like that. And it's nothing special for you. It's just how you practice. And so the practice and the real thing, they blend together at some point, and you've got all the skills and you've got none of the pain. Any of the pain, that's transformative. That's the whole reason why you got into discomfort zones time and again. Not necessarily looking for it, but not avoiding it when it came. Not running away from it. Into these damn comfort zones. Now that's not to say we shouldn't be comfortable, we should. But if we're not facing things because it's easier to continue suppress them or deny that they're there, that's counterproductive. That's not a comfort zone, that's a prison. That's a booby hatch. And who wants to be in one of those when we are God's children? And we were born to be free. Born to partake in his bounty and goodness, his divine creation and inspiration, his enthusiasm, his consciousness of aesthetics and symmetry, down to the microscopic subatomic levels, all the way up into the deepest of space. The infinity above, the infinity below. But you are the bridge builder or bridge former. And again, that diagram, if anybody could find how to do that, and so that everyone could individually do it for themselves, that would be very helpful. But even then, if you read it and don't do it, you will not form it or build it. And so the practice is often, sometimes it's not rewarding because it's not perfect. It doesn't do the exact perfect thing because you might be more in the top and less in the bottom. Less doing, more thinking, or maybe you're just going through the motions, you're not thinking at all. Your strategic organs or faculties have left you. They're no longer there. So you can hear people thinking, but you're not really thinking. You're still in autopilot. You're not using those muscles upstairs that you need to create that bridge for yourself, to get your feet where they need to go, not where they're running all this damn time. Every which way but loose. People running after the caboose and still not getting there. So there's those people too. Young people are like that a lot more than old people. And why is that? Well, see, they were forced to slow down. The sheer physicality of it was the case in many of their cases. It wasn't foresight or prudence. Although those things are easier when one is admonished. If one goes 100 steps too far and feels like one was whipped with a belt. So those lessons, if you get old, they will teach you too. But you will not get to those old lessons if you do not pass the young lessons. And the young lessons is to slow down before you need to slow down. To slow down skillfully, intentionally, so that you can think more and do less. But then once you do decide to do something, that you let it rip. You don't let yourself get thrown off course. That you stay to your aim and your plan that are in congruence with yourself, but also divine consciousness and Kalyanamitta. All practitioners of good faith. And all living beings, yes, raise that frequency. I think frequency work is often neglected. A lot of people are just stuck on the ice bridge. It hasn't formed yet, and their frequency is low. And they're just staying in that alchemical soup, and nothing is kicking off. Nothing's igniting. It's terrible. So how can that be helped? Frequency work. What you are doing is very important. It's very serious in a way. See, we don't, in the West, we don't take spirituality seriously anymore. It's just some kind of, hobby or something. But that seriousness is really required for it to be real and authentic. Now, I get it. People go overboard with it. I get that. But there's a lot of people not going overboard enough. They call it overboard. It's not even close to to the middle of the boat, they're already talking about overboard. They haven't gotten on the boat yet. Talking about doing too much, being too serious about something that does matter. So that's the point. Shift your focus from normal ways of thinking to the supernormal. This stuff really does matter. If you can cure a terminal case of depression at like 18, like that, by gaining insight and doing this type of subtle work at a slower pace and taking it as seriously as it is, and you cure that and you gain insight from that and you become congruent and shift to an authentic path without falling down every flight of stairs in every building before you finally figure a few things out. But that might just be your path too. See, karma. What did you do in your past life to deserve that treatment? Probably something. If we're going to believe in God and the Buddha, it was probably something. Let's not forget Jesus either. Look, everybody be friendly with friendly people, but just don't take it so far that it's counterproductive. Can't be nice to all types of people. Foolish people, avoid them. Don't label yourself. You're interested in practical philosophy that brings you benefit and others too, via that conduit that you benefit and therefore are in a great, excellent position to not just help yourself, but to help others, but not because it's your job, because it isn't. This place is purgatory, after all. I keep asking, did anybody know somebody that got off this earth alive? And so, a few answers come back, but let me tell you, nobody you knew or know. So the spiritual realm, that is a superpower that we have. It's a super place to be, despite all this madness and destruction out there in this crazy world. And it's crazy even when people want it to be better. Sometimes it kicks off some type of weird causality, the road to hell type dynamic. You thought you were doing the right thing, but it was the wrong thing. Somebody told you to do the wrong thing that and pretended it was the right thing. You were deceived. Happens all the time. People get sold on bills of goods. Why did you buy the lemon? Well, they sold me. You wouldn't believe it. This salesman showed up. It was just a big poof of yellow smoke and glitter, and there was this salesman came out of nowhere, and he convinced me. See, that could be a little short film too. And then poof, he disappears, and the lemon's there, and you're out the money and time, and maybe some people got seriously injured because the axle broke unexpectedly, as those things tend to do when you have a damn lemon on your hands. So don't get caught up on being deceived or disappointed here. That is part of the learning process. Everybody goes through it. It will depend on you and other factors, what you encounter and how you get through it. Now, on the one hand, I want to prepare you for the worst, but look, I want to prepare you for the best too. If you get past the initial dumb mistakes people can make, you can live a fantastic, magical, enchanted, loving, fulfilled life. Absolutely. Never forget that. That is your right as a living being to live that way. But don't blame others if that's not happening for you. Look, we all go through terrible events. We will all die. We will all get sick. We will all get old. So everything in between that's really not all that serious, even though the ego and vanity and all of these other psychological pathologies can make it appear to be otherwise. We could also throw a couple of pseudo philosophies on top, like materialism. I like how they boil. These people are so hard boiled. Like, they will not admit defeat. They say, love's just neurochemicals. That's like the final. They won't admit defeat. That's what they'll just say. So what do you think a person like that would say something like that really does experience subjectively in this realm, if they're throwing labels about like that so dismissively? I mean, it's probably not all that beneficial to even ponder what they're trying to come across with. But it sounds pretty lame, doesn't it? Like neurochemicals, that's like something you got in your garage that you don't use or stinks. You could just pour it in somebody's head, they're going to experience true love or something. I mean, give me a break. But anyway, yeah, we got smart we're in postmodern moronic times, so lots of con jobs in the humanities and social movements, political movements, and socioeconomic political kinds of contraptions that aren't in anybody's benefit but brigands and usurpers, inverters, and subverters. How do you want to call it? Like, they're not in play? Is that what people are still thinking is the case in 2024? Like, when? That's why these downloads are important. You know, this is a little bit different than 10 years ago when people were taking other people's piss. It wasn't as clear of a complete hoax kind of thing in terms of there's no benefit for the people that throw in on with these crazy kinds of cult-like new understandings of how people should act that doesn't make any damn sense, that isn't data-driven. It's sort of just experimental with a lot of utopianistic garbage thrown in. No results other than destruction to speak of. Sure, yeah, you should take those people at face value that they're humanitarians. I don't know. But with all those neurochemicals, not there, maybe they missed that too. So yeah, 1970, it was a different time. Today it's a different time. You can talk about the times. You don't have to make it personal, and you don't have to blame the times for your individual suffering, although in many ways there's some correlation between the two. But how do you skillfully disidentify? That's the better question. And how do you connect your mind and your heart and your feet together so that you come to an amicable development or evolution for yourself that doesn't come at the expense of other people or social conditions or animosity or any of those other things. If there's too little of something, then maybe you can refrain from trying to grab it like other people and learning how to live without. If there's too much of something, maybe you can help to move it to some place where there's less of that thing, because that's just the challenge that presented itself to your sense of humanity and goodwill. And so that's what you did for a time until that stopped. And you didn't really identify yourself with any of those things that other people might identify themselves with. But in terms of karma, you got a whole lot out of it, and you burned a whole lot also on the way. So that was really the true purpose, the true journey, isn't it? People stuck in the past, like for good and ill. A lot of people stuck in the past, and in that it's all sunshines and rainbows for them, but then they still want to say something about what's happening now, and how can they not be deluded? And then if they're egoically invested in their narrative, how could they not be delusional? Or perhaps committing some deed that isn't so positive on the karma side, because they haven't really put in the right effort, so the right view isn't all that right, is it? So I do agree with dropping acrimony, but I do believe that you can say a few things to proactively prevent acrimony from happening in the first place, from architecting it out as a possibility. And that cannot be considered some kind of socially reprehensible act when it isn't. It's like saying, with this population density, you should have 3 fire departments instead of just 1, based on data. You present it like that and people hate you, well, then that audience is not worthy. But that doesn't mean that the people who will die in the next fire, if something isn't done, wouldn't thank you for putting in the extra effort to find the right audience that knows how to appreciate such uncomfortable truths that are so immensely important for civilizational advancement on every level, including the spiritual subjective one, the health food for all that space that we have inside, that we need to grow, to feel well about ourselves, and to adjust, adapt, and change in a good, wholesome way and not a destructive one. That would be too easy. That would be too common and vulgar, wouldn't it? So this other path, this is the right one. And anyone can get on it. But it's the path for you that is the right one, not mine. And should you stumble and fall on your path, you will suffer. That is very clear. No one else, you. Remember that. When people say practice is not important. So what about these psych lab armies and who's behind it? And, I don't like pointing fingers or blaming, because I know that's the most dangerous thing that the ego can do. Why do people absolutely hate narcissists for good reason? Well, they're always deflecting criticism, right? No, it's not my fault, it's their fault. I'm not going to do that. And you shouldn't either. It's an automatic reaction, right? No hate also on narcissists. Look, I really hope if you have, and it's a spectrum, I'm not going to put people in boxes. I'm not going to label them. All this psychobabble, you're AD something or other, all that's crap. Do not label yourself. I mean, it can be helpful, but it's not good if you base your identity on any of these things. If you're high on the narcissistic spectrum, do the DIY work. It's great if you get that feedback, and then you're going to have to realize your ego is like the stopper or cork on a bottle, and you're bottled up inside. It is what is preventing you from evolving into a better human being. So who's that important for? That's important for you to know. And DIY, nobody else can do the work for you. oh, I'm gonna run to a psychologist every week and pretend like I'm doing something. I don't think so. That's not how it works. Those corks are hard to pop. And if you've got an entrenched ego, that could be your death sentence in purgatory and not just in this realm. So you're going to have to figure out some sly methods. Every method in the world, you're going to have to try it out to try to bring you back down to at least a normal kind of self-regard, but not an impenetrable one. But a best is, of course, no self. If you can just pop that cork somehow and keep popping it to let the gases out and letting other things in, like fresh air. Take a deep breath. It is not you, it is not yours. It is not me, it is not mine, okay? But yeah, who can afford to create psych lab armies to keep themselves politically entrenched? And do you think there's a wealth guarding component to that might have subcontracted out those kinds of mercenary activities for a pittance to just keep a lock on regulatory monopoly that served them as an ultra minority? And then if you put the leadership of people that are so morally deranged and connect it with moral derangement, how good do you think that leadership's going to be over time? Would you put it at a minus 100 points, where I would sort of put it? Or would you give it an 80 or 70? Or where would you think people that are that messed up and that amoral would end up leading a lot of people? So we have a confluence between capital and psych lab armies. So are they the left? Again, our political terminology is deliberately retarded because they're in the information sphere on a monopolistic level as well. Now, the internet sort of breaks that up, but it sort of doesn't. Type in a search term and you're probably, if the real stuff shows up on the 100th page of your searches, is it really doing its job? Well, but we've got fake alternatives. Look, the buddies of those people set up other companies and claim they're different. So, touche. Yeah, sure, buddy. Tell me something new. So, look, information's power, right? You get the wrong information. And these idiots, like, again, because they took over the universities a long time ago, they're always on the lookout for something good. And then they subvert it. So, a lot of the good stuff. For example, how about men and boys trying to figure out how to even understand themselves? No. They got a bunch of phonies, steroided up weirdos. And dating coaches? What the hell do they got? Nobody. A couple of half comedian meatheads that don't know what they're talking about. Like 4 or 5 of those are the ones you have access to. So they're conservative, whatever the hell that damn word. Overton conservatives. Complete dunces. Now, I don't even want to mention their names, but the only one that sort of seemed to has made somewhat of an improvement is Jordan Peterson. I saw a recent interview on how deranged Canada's become, and that interview is definitely on point. Now, all his other crap, I'm not really on board with, but that's amazing. That interview, if you can find it, I think they probably scrubbed it off the net because it really shows how messed up Canada is, which used to be a super cool country, culturally and otherwise. But there was sort of like a flimsy kind of cultural identity, and then they got these psych lab type people in there, and they completely screwed them. So yeah, these people, they don't feel like the psych lab people behind the psych lab, that they have funds. So that's pretty bad. Uh, and they got sort of a monopoly, and they have they've just accepted that there's going to be a class kind of division, because they understand themselves to be the superior class because of the power differential, which is where a lot of their sadism is based. Sadists are all about power, and power to cause harm. So you just think, if you're unlimitedly wealthy, you want to, get your rocks off on something. It's not going out buying 100 Ferraris. That's boring. But taking 100 good people and like whipping them to death, that's something, these monstrous people do. There's stories of this. Now, Crassus was one. There was another one. Some Roman had electric eels, man-eating eels in a pool in front of his house. And he used to take slaves just for entertainment and throw them in and watch them be electrocuted and then eaten to death, just for, laughs. So the bongo party crowd, that's also how they roll. So, 95.5, why should they limit themselves, right? So, but yeah, that understandably, from the standpoint of public relations, that looks horrible. So they invest heavily, which of course costs them nothing, to just completely gloss over that. They got a couple of celebrities, all the cameras are on them, patsies, proxies, and the whole thing just carries on in a sort of defunct kind of way for everyone but them. So yeah, maybe some of them have certain characteristics, but there would have to be some new scientific analysis into this topic. And obviously it's a bit fraught, because the people that are doing it don't want to be brought to public attention for, I would say, understandable reasons, at least from their perspective. We're talking about extremely self-centered, greedy, misanthropic kind of a class of people. So you can join the class if you're that, but if you're not that, they have ways of discriminating against you legally and also illicitly, culturally and otherwise. So how do they maintain their grip on power? Well, cultural jamming, right? Subversion, distraction, deflection, just mass stupefaction, just basically anything. Because if you don't identify with the people you're predating upon, then it really doesn't matter. Just the more messed up things get, it doesn't really matter. You don't lose your side of the equation. Everyone else, they're running in goose chases in circles, pointing the fingers at each other, putting out fires here and there, and the bean counters just keep doing what they do. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you. That's sort of a disappointing kind of message, but I think it will help people just to come to terms with what we're dealing with. Now, the people that wanted, let's go back to the inception of the left. Okay, the people that wanted to overthrow the system of their day, the entrenched authorities or aristocratic kinds of structures, they were primarily based in the working class. Understandably, you could just walk into a factory. There's 1,000 people working for a smaller wage, and then there's the owners that may or may not have put the whole thing together, which in that case, the workers, it really depends. Like there were entrepreneurs like Krupp in Essen that did care for his workers, which is a good business idea. Just like Ford, you mess up your workers, how are you going to do what you do well? They figured that out. They weren't the complete and utter tyrant kind of sadistic dunces that we have today on a hyper financial level. Anybody in the financial services, essentially, so who have more of a parasitical or abstract connection to economies and people. That's what allows them to create all of these policies, because they have no connection to people. So from anywhere. So people from here just grab them and then bring them here, and they're working on this type of 7D chess level that doesn't work for anyone on the ground. But because they're so far away from the ground at like the tippy top of a skyscraper, it's all just dots down there. So yeah, the last people in the world that should be involved in any type of political leadership or decision making, they're the ones doing it or have done it. So, there's a vote that goes against them that could question or potentially loosen their grip on policy that allows them to continue on in that type of way. Well, they're dead set against that. So the vote was one way. Then when the votes get counted, it turns out that the polling that has never been wrong, all of a sudden the person that was like gonna win by landslide, he comes in fourth. Isn't that a surprise? Or something else happens, right? Like an army of snitches and spies and who knows what else mess up something, and then, oh wow, wasn't that just a mistake? Or look at that, isn't that tragic? So that's essentially what we're looking at. So they don't have all the advantages in the world like they might think. For example, they're an extreme minority of people that just have an extreme differential in power with everyone else. So they're pretty easy to spot if people were to decide to figure out what their network consists of. They could figure that out. And then it's like, there's 10,000 people in the world that are responsible for these exterminationist policies. Like, what would be their value versus, in the EU, 400 million people, United States, what is it, 350 million, something like that. Russia, 140. Maybe they would be more interested in living in a civilized society than having, complete weirdos and despots decide their futures and how they live and how degraded and dangerous and non-sustainable their big-ass plans for this planet are. So, yeah, at a certain point, they just continuously lose credibility. And that's sort of what we're seeing. And also the power differential. The more they're able to usurp, it's like a black hole. The more they pull in out of legitimate society, and the more illegitimate the society becomes, the more topsy-turvy it becomes, the more destabilized it becomes. And then finally, you have to realize there's also the resentment part. Like, no matter how much power these monsters at the top have, like in terms of money, their lived reality is usually, of course you could infer that it's subnormal from a psychological, spiritual being aspect. So countries that are doing great, that are intact, where the people are happy and very accomplished in their own way, puts them to shame. They immediately feel their inferiority on a visceral level, and so that doesn't inspire wonder in them, that inspires hate in them. And because they're narcissists, they won't question that, they will imbibe in that, and then on a mass scale. Investing in sociological criminality, which destroys hundreds of thousands of people's lives, and has already. Statistics are already there. They just need to be brushed off instead of suppressed, but they're there. Like, people will come in the future, like maybe it will be in 1 or 2 or 3 years, walk into a city, just do like a head count, and then do the comparison with the census from like 1850, and that will be people will see the extent of that crime, which is astronomical. But of course, attribution is something that needs to be worked out. But in postmodern moronism, they don't connect dots because that's part of the matrix of thinking you're thinking that they want you to have, so that you don't connect any kind of dots. You're just sort of a bag of feelings, and sort of listen to the stuff that is presented to you and don't question it. And well, maybe there's a spectrum of questioning, but certainly they're not exterminationist, cultural war criminals at the top. That would be too awful to imagine, wouldn't it? But if you're going to go from the fact-based perspective, you have a crime, so who are the culprits? That's sort of a different way of looking at things. Like, this was a prosperous, upwardly trending city, and now it's like a complete war zone. So what happened? That's sort of what an honest person would do. But just, being normalized into the new normal of today, that's where the psych labs kind of people want you to be. Don't think about that. Don't make comparisons. Don't point fingers. Don't take those Polaroids and take those tacks and strings and figure this one out. It's not good for business. Their business, they feel. So, look, democracy, it's not perfect. But it can be done a lot better. I don't think we should throw away the democratic module. I don't think we should throw away civil society. I think we need to cultivate both of those things, but we need to do so in a technological way, but also in a achievable way, which means returning to anthropology that works instead of some wig-flipped version of it. And before the hybrid war kicked off in 2014, you could be screaming out loud to people that that the universities in anthropology were flipped. They would have looked at you like a lunatic and treated you like that. They did. But now 10 years of total defunct kind of things, accelerating exterminationism. It's just even the stupidest, densest kind of brainwashed person is starting to ask some questions and getting nothing but ridiculous answers back. So will there be a tipping point? We don't know. I do know that before the First World War, there were great commentators. There was a pretty strong free press. And that after the war, there was tumbleweed. And it didn't ever really recover. Second World War, that was done. They adopted Durantyism. Walter Duranty, yeah, look that one up. They adopted the Durantist model. Now, they weren't as completely flagrantly obnoxious at that time, but you can see how over time they've just lost more and more credibility on every level, and it's because it's what they are. They're expressing themselves. Now, what model do they have? Well, now it's international. So we're talking about nominal despots from anywhere and their mechanisms for hoovering the capital up and culturally suppressing the peoples that they manage, PMC style, the minders. Oh, don't talk about that. That's not the word. No, that's a forbidden subject kind of people. It's too sensitive. Don't talk about that. Have you been thinking about your butthole recently? Because that's really what you should be thinking about. You know? It's not about spirituality. Just take some drugs. You'll feel fine. Oh, okay. Yeah. These people really are out there to help you, aren't they? Help you adjust to the new Overton model that will be continuously more denigrating if they're able to just by default keep the monopoly that has led to this fiasco. So I think they're sort of beyond self-reflection at this point, which is probably beyond self-betterment, which means the level of harm that they distribute is not worth whatever it is that they think they're accomplishing in purgatory. But we'll see. I don't think it's inevitable that we need to have an overreaction to this level of infamy, but I do understand that some people could become, let's say, insane with rage and just lose all kind of perspective on these things based on the absolutely horrific kinds of cultural crimes that have been perpetrated against some of the best people on the planet for years and years and years and years and years. But, who knows? I don't really see... it might be that it's going to be 20 years from now. And then because they've done so many other horrible things that it's going to lead to an even worse situation. But look, I'm not a doomer, and I'm not a Chicken Littlest, and I don't have a derangement syndrome based on a memory war. So I'm going to look on the bright side and just say they can be retired and prosecuted for their crimes, and that the rest of the civilized world can get back on track. That's sort of how I see things happening. I do think it's possible. But we'll see. Cooler heads sometimes prevail, sometimes they don't. And if they take out the cooler heads, then they really do deserve to get whatever type of overcorrection that is coming for them. But we'll see, We'll see if their sadism is also counterbalanced by enough cowardice or self-regard that they would cave, or if they take the they progress into the tyrannical sadist mode, which essentially becomes a death struggle between civilization and global despotism. So in the global despotism kind of scenario, them winning, it's probably better that the whole planet would be destroyed than to be stuck in a system of theirs for perpetuity. But we'll see. It's probably going to be a mixed bag. I think a couple of them are going to reach that level, but what they'll be able to pull off or not is another thing. There's also only so much you can do with psych lab people. They're not really all that reliable, are they? They can break stuff and wreck stuff and torpedo stuff, but are they building anything worthy of note? I don't think so. Sort of like once they destroy it, that's what you're left with, and they just keep moving on like locusts. So it's a self-defeating strategy, ultimately. That's why I think people should just hunker down, digest this information. Don't get angry about it. It's happened before. And it's not all that wild. And this place wasn't meant to be perfect. Okay? So embrace the discomfort zone. Digest these things. And turn it into fuel for creativity. There was a saying, watch The Third Man with Orson Welles. That's when they were still making films worth watching. And that scene where he's in the Ferris wheel with his naive, hayseed kind of buddy from back in the state, and he tells him, people want this and that, but in this century where there were wars and all that, they led to the invention of this, and this, and this. You see, bad times make good people. Good times make bad people. It's strange, but it's just true. And why is that true? Because the good get good when the going gets bad. Because they use it for positive transformation. See, all that negative, I love energy. Just don't label it negative and positive. It's only our mind that does that. That energy, that you can use it for good things. That's the trick, right? I think that's sort of a takeaway of the SLY method. Transforming bad into good. That's the alchemical kind of principle as well. So I used to always jet fuel. They're piping it in. I got a pipe of jet fuel, and I can just open the tap and it will spew out like a river. But but the important thing is I can close that valve. But I can also open it, you see. And then I've got jet fuel is very useful. It's a very prized commodity. If you don't have it, you're not going to be flying high, are you? Although I don't recommend it. Look, if you don't have it, if you don't have a propensity towards rage, count yourself lucky. God, count yourself lucky. But on the other hand, see, good, bad, who knows? If I didn't have it, I would probably be a punked out, over-chump sucker like most of the people out there these days, the robots. So I would say next to the psych army are the robot armies. And I'm talking about the humankind, just conditioned to be unskillful kind of people. Oh, what religion, what practical philosophy, what that? I don't need that. It's all about twerking, that's where it's at. Like, okay. You're not going to go real far, are you? No? Okay. Well, that's why I got this jet fuel, even though it's stinky and it burns all the time and it splashes on me when I'm not looking. Like you wake up in the middle of the night and you're laying in a pool of it kind of thing. It has its downsides, but at least it doesn't have that. So, dagas, right? Whew. There's a price to be paid. If you want to be supernormal, there is. You have to put in a supernormal effort and put up with some terrible things. Like, you want to talk about disappointment level? Like a -100 disappointment level. Living with that day in and day out. Until you can finally transform and say, hey, you know what? There's nothing disappointing about this. Why am I making these unfavorable comparisons? 1324 would have been probably a bummer in a lot of ways. So this place has a couple of perks. So let's look at those and not look at these aggravating things. And finally, I don't even consider these monsters any type of counter party to me. Like I don't build bridges of aversions to idiots, even if they're fantastically so-called wealthy. I know what type of karma that's going to get for them. I have zero envy of what they do and what they have. In fact, their crap is cursed. Like I wouldn't even they say, even if they were like, look, you know, because of you're such a great person, you can have their mansion. I'd say, look, just burn it down. I ain't walking. I'm not stepping a big toe in any place that they built. That's just bad luck. I don't give a damn about what they have, or what they got, what they took, what they wrecked. I don't give a damn about it. Now, who does? Well, I think God does. I do think the angels and all heavenly celestial beings do, but that's their job, right? In that type of garbage disposal process that we all go through in purgatory. So I'm not going to let that bother me. And it really shouldn't bother anyone else either. But as far as having them call the shots and the system as it is in this type of captured state, that's not really acceptable, is it? So I think the next reset's going to have to take a lot more into account that wasn't taken into account to finally clear up this version of gonorrhea, civilizational gonorrhea that has broken out. And again, I'm hoping that 7 billion people won't have to be incinerated for that to happen, but we don't know. We got crazy variables in this thing right now. And but I do know when these, top tier non-thinkers push the button, that because they don't know anything about anything, like electricity or practical matters, that probably there'll be a short circuit somewhere, and it won't go boom, it'll just go poof. So, but we'll see. These things, we're sort of at a level that's pretty strange in world history, because it's gotten so crazy, and there's so many numbers involved, and then you got technology, you got screwballs in play here. So, but the great thing about non-attachment is you're non-attached. Look, 2 minutes to live. You could be dead for any reason in the next 2 minutes. So how this little story develops, we'll see. If reincarnation is in play, we'll be back to see what these complete maniacs were able to pull out, off or not. And then it will be a different kind of place. What was it? Philip K. Dick had a book or two about that. Went back to New York City. Everything was this like gray slab. Everything was melted down. There's like 5 nuclear wars or something. He had to run into Central Park to hide. Yeah, who knows? That might be our story in 400 years, but maybe not. So embrace the discomfort zone. Yes, this is what we got. We got discomfort. That's what this time has brought us. So, but don't get crushed by it. That's the whole point. You get crushed by it, that's not skillful, is it? If you have to live at an existential level, do it, but don't revert into some type of barbarian. I have met all different types of poor people that have more dignity, civility, and respect than any other people I've ever met. So don't make wealth the determinant factor. And if your society's messed up, then you know what? It's all about you. Revert back to the individual level. The individual does matter. The individual matters more than the group, really. The individual will redefine the group. So So be one of those individuals. Someone who stands on their own, no matter what, always comes out ahead in terms of spiritual transformation. Commit yourself to leaving this realm heroically. That's what good karma is all about. Now, for beginners or what have you, naive people, don't enter into spiritual alchemy in a sort of hippie positive way, because it's the exact opposite of that. Look, Nigredo, this is what the alchemist said. This is not for me. It lasts 40 days, this phase of shadow integration. This is not something you should take lightly. Like they say, the dark night of the soul, that's one night. 40 days is a lot longer than that. They should just stop saying this. Anyone says dark night of the soul, just look at them funny. 40 days and nights is Negredo. So if you get into that phase, look, it's about patience and endurance. It's not about anything else. It's not about expectations. It's not about results. It's about surviving. I think most people, because they're so ignorant, the first 3 days, I think that's when most people just decide it's too much, and they don't know about that 40-day kind of limit, and then they check out. Because we're talking about a level of pain that is beyond even the physical in many cases, like burning alive. So the type of skills you need to bring to that type of situation are way different than you've been set up with in a egoic, captured, Taylorist, Skinnerist, just get back to work, stop thinking kind of way, like our culture is set up at this time. So I am not the one that's going to ill prepare you. I would rather that you're over prepared. First off, don't start this journey if you're not going to complete it. And second off, don't start this journey in the wrong way. The hippie, he doesn't have anything in his backpack except some drugs and some good times. Negredo, 40 days in the wilderness. So pack some stuff with you, some endurance, because otherwise you're not going to make it. I think it's really mistaken to tell people this stuff is just superficial. It's just about feeling good and stuff. No, you got to go through that transformational process to come out the other end, and don't bring a timeline with you. And other people, they're going to try to throw you for a loop. They're going to try to say, oh, this is too much, and here's drugs, or you're crazy, or something's wrong with you. Look, nobody, if you go back to Jung, nobody really wants to go through the individuation process. Jung did not want to go through that process. He was normal, he was respectable, he had studied everything, he was all captured in the mind. And then he was thrown for a loop. And it's a miracle he survived. Because if you read like his diaries, the stuff he went through, it's worse than a horror film. And he was experiencing that in like a waking dream state. I mean, we're talking about potential hallucinations. Who knows what you have as far as karma goes? Nobody knows. You don't even know. But if you go in with a prepared mindset, and you go in with the endurance mindset, the triathlete mindset, you're going to get every bone in your body broken, but you're still going to go to the end. and then you will succeed. But if you go in ill-prepared, people, yeah, this spirituality thing, it's all about good time. Negredo, look into the alchemical process. If you're a young person and don't even know what you're looking into, read it. If you enter into it without knowing, it's actually too late. But some people will do it because they were destined to get through it. Because in the old days, people didn't know about this, nor did they share this information. So, in a sense, you have an advantage, but in another way, you might still not be prepared enough for the type of immense type of pain that you're going to experience on a psychological level, because it's really the end of the ego. Okay, so it's, the people say it's like dying. Yeah, it's like that, but it's a 40-day kind of death where you're accused of everything you ever did, and even not even that. It's sort of like a hazing process, if you need to look at it that way. A 40-day hazing process where you're being confronted with supernatural beings, hallucinations, ultimate disappointments, questioning of your existence, kind of thing. So it's not something to be really recommended. And it's something to be warned about. That's why I think young people should read up on it and be prepared. And then realize, here's the good news, there is light at the end of the tunnel, but there's no way of getting past paying the piper. So you think you're a good person, you don't deserve it, well, you're delusional. You don't know what is inside you until you go through that phase. And I recommend reading everyone, not just young, that has had experience with it, because this stuff is off the charts kind of bad, is what the feeling that you have when you go through it. It's like this is the wrong way. This is wrong. That's what your instinct, your ego, your rational mind, everything's going to be telling you the whole time. It's like, I'm a jet pilot, but I'm pushing the stick into a nosedive, and then I can't pull up, and yet at the same time I have to accept this process. So it's a process that will rip the ego apart. It's a disintegration of the ego, which is a disintegration of the rational. Now, I want to assure you that in many cases it's temporary. Now, if you have particularly bad karma, you might not pull out of that nosedive. I'm just going to warn you in this life, but maybe next time. But if you're in it, stay patient, focus on the breath in the worst times. And geometric shapes are good too. I like looking at the triangle or the circle with the dot in it. Just very calming, reassuring, cosmic kind of shapes, because like I said, this is beyond the rational. There's really no nice explanation for it other than it's excruciatingly painful, not on a physical level. So don't enter into these things thinking, oh yes, I'm in Negredo and it's going to be fun. The whole point of Negredo is you think you're dying the whole time, sort of, or worse. But the whole point is that you stay calm and you experience it. You have to go through this process. It's just like birth. Have you ever seen anyone being born? There's screaming, there's panting, there's expectation, there's all these things, but it's going to go how it wants to go, not how you predicted it's going to go. 2:30 in the morning, the water breaks. Where are you now? How far away are you from everything? What do you have? And then that's just the beginning. So there are similarities there. And if you ever witnessed a birth, like from beginning to end, it's horrifying in a lot of ways. And I'm sure the mother, in many cases and in many places and times, she thinks she's going to die, right? The kid thinks it's going to die. The kid, can you imagine? Where am I? I was in a nice, warm, comfortable place. I'm just being fed and I hear some sounds and everything's cool. And now, where am I? Like, it's the worst of the worst for both parties. And it's not assured that they're going to make it. In olden days, many times, like 30% of the time, a third of the time, both the mother and child did die in childbirth. So this is one of these like existential transformational events that it should not be underestimated. That's what I want to say. Don't go into it naively. Don't go into it with a premature timeline. Don't go into it thinking you're just going to handle it like easy peasy. It's none of that. Just imagine being burnt alive psychologically. That's sort of the funness of it. There's nothing fun about it. In fact, it's like, why is that a feature when it appears to me to be a bug? But see, these things are beyond comprehension. Like, if I could have avoided it, I would have. Like, this is the other thing. Comfortable people, like, look, I have my career. I'm a highly respected person, um, highly accomplished and all of this, and it's still gonna hit you in the face like a sledgehammer. So you're a narcissist or you think you're something special, it's gonna teach you something different. It's gonna bring you down to less than zero. So that's the bad news. The good news is that there are phases beyond that. That's why I want to give everyone a little bit of hope. That if you do suddenly find yourself in these types of precarious situations, don't just lose it entirely. Just realize, okay, I've entered a negredo phase. And then you're going to have moments where you can catch yourself and then you can read up on that. Like I said, the worst moments, you focus on the breath. And you try to get through it as much as you can, but look, other people are not going to really understand you because I don't know where it falls in the realm of normalcy. I mean, in a sense, the ancients knew this was normal, but in modern times, they consider it abnormal. And they don't consider it acceptable. And so people, I imagine, are just considered crazy during this time, and they aren't given really any explanations about it. So I want to recommend that you look into these alchemist kind of explanations of these processes so you don't lose the script when this happens. Now, I think it depends on the individual. Like, if you read some people's biographies, they might have gone through this at the age of 14, or in most cases it's midlife crisis. It's a combination of it, but people, instead of going through it and embracing the discomfort factor, they just start taking drugs or drinking or what have you in order to, and what they end up doing is prolonging the process, and then they get caught in a transitional phase, which is really bad. It's like, just imagine little birds trying to peck through the shells, and they end up dulling that process or delaying it or keeping it from happening, and then they're sort of not out of the egg and they're not in the egg, and they stay there until they might do something else, which isn't really a good idea because they have no idea what's going on. So if you know what's going on, then you can also help other people that might be considered crazy because they're going through this, but you have this little bit of insights, you know a little bit more than modern morons. And so you might be of assistance then for other people that might be going through this without knowing what they're doing, what's actually happening. But I want to assure you that there is light at the end of the tunnel, and this is, in effect, the biggest, most important psychological transformation that you could ever go through. It's just that that first phase is a killer. It is really a killer. I think 80% of the people that kill themselves probably are stuck in some type of negredo phase that they don't know how to deal with. And one thing that brings it on is like immense disappointments, like people dying or other things. And, we live in extremely dissatisfying times. So depending on the unskillfulness of people, it could end up triggering one of these types of events. But what you need to understand is it's a personal psychological transformation that you just have to get through. Like, think of it as like a bad flu. Like, it's 4 times worse. It's the worst type of flu you could ever have, kind of. But you can get through it as long as you don't lose your mind. So I want to give everyone support that might have had this process triggered prematurely without really even knowing it, especially young people. The midlife crisis people, they're already sort of prepared for it in some way. But I think certain events can trigger it prematurely, just like a premature birth, depending on what type of experience you have. Like just being completely betrayed or just utterly deceived in this, that, or the other, something like that. Being estranged from your children, or there's so many psychological, terroristic kind of things that are now in play thanks to the kaput sociology that is in play that plantationists have imposed. So this could happen at any time. And people, this is another thing people will do, is they'll try to dull the pain somehow. They usually try to take drugs during this period to dull the pain, but that's the wrong thing to do. You have to embrace this pain, and you have to endure it in order to get through it. Just imagine there's doctors out there, oh, this is someone going through childbirth, let's dope them up with morphine. That's not how things are done. It's not about your personal pain. That's the problem. It's about transformation. And pain is a part of that. If you don't experience the pain, you will not transform. And this is horrifying. I understand this. Like, I really do. And let me tell you, my levels of pain were beyond what I thought I could endure. 4 days on end. But I just persisted because I would not give up on myself. And that was the only thing that kept me alive. And so that's what you need to have if you're going through these types of difficulties. But do realize 40 days is, let me tell you, when you're suffering this way, 40 days is about 40 years worth of suffering on a subjective level, at least. So just don't give up. Stay with it and just feel it. Like, I felt like I was in a bonfire, and with no end in sight, again, for days on end. So if you are experiencing something similar, I would want to encourage you to stay with the process and realize it's about, this is how things are done. The ancients knew what this meant. Today they don't. But now you know, and you can look into it, and Jung is a very good starting place, but there are also other voices, new innovations and new shared experiences that could help you during this phase. But just stick with it, hold on, because it's not just that you transform in this life. It's possible that that will be the end of suffering for you forever, that will be the severing of these loops of samsara in a Buddhist kind of context. And if that's the case, then that's really the best outcome you could ever have. You're super normal on a level that every even mildly enlightened being so much wishes that they could experience. But that triggering method, it could be very counterintuitive. Like, for example, terribly misguided, hateful, and criminal people are the ones that can actually cause the preconditions that then lead this process to begin. And so again, we look at the Dagas factor. Are bad people bad if they start this process that then ends up in final enlightenment? Yes or no? You can then afterwards see them as a catalyst and actually be very grateful that they were just the terrible kinds of monstrous, horrible people that they were, at least as far as you perceived it, because they really did orchestrate that rock bottom catalyst for you to make that kind of heavenly transformation. So keep with it. Patience, patience, patience. Patience is a virtue. Don't ever give up on yourself. An insight from Epictetus. I was like bringing those to the world, to the light of consciousness. His take was that it's foolish to attempt to satiate desire. It was wise to eliminate desire when it arises at the point of contact, if we want to put a little bit of extra Buddhist perspective on it. And you could look at it philosophically by having neutralized that desire as having fulfilled that desire. You fulfill the desire in that you neutralize it. Now, think about this on different levels. Like, try to be as nuanced as possible. Try to expand these concepts to make them more real. If you get the thing you desire, you do that anyway. in that once you have the thing, you desire then something else. You see, so the process is just a continuation. The desired thing is a variable. See it as a mathematic formula, that neutral. You are a being that is capable of generating desire, either consciously or, and in many cases, this is the insidious part, subconsciously. Consciously, you don't want that thing. Subconsciously, you're going to end up doing that thing. See how that works? And then we keep questioning ourselves, our sanity, like, why did I do it? Well, in any case, it doesn't matter. We can just see desire as desire. And the fulfillment or the cessation of desire, or ceasing to desire the thing that arises, metaphysically, spiritually, consistently, repeatedly is to accelerate satisfaction to the point of ultimate satisfaction. You have the internal tools, if you have cultivated discipline, right view, and right effort, that you can cease to desire all desires, and in that way have a master key for contentment on this planet. Where you are, if it's good enough, that's good enough for your internal work. That's good enough for your internal state. That's good enough for your super integrative worldview experience being. Where you recognize, yes, your inner horse might from time to time want this or that thing, but it is something that you fulfill in that you neutralize. And you're a great practitioner of neutralization, which, oddly enough, when you have that discipline and that skill and that insight, and you combine those two in a regular practice, you get the feeling of satisfaction. Yes, you've satisfied your desire by eliminating it. Now, vulgar, common, normal people say, well, that's cheating. You didn't get anything, did you? Well, no, you got the cessation of desire without going through all the trouble to getting the thing before realizing that the desire has ceased. You've shortened the loop it takes to do that. So if you get the crazy idea that you need to have 2 Arabian horses to feel contented, and just think of the amount of work you got to go into getting them, finding them, then paying for them, then bringing them back, then sheltering them. Now, some people get into that, okay? If you can afford it and you don't have anything else better to do, like practical philosophy, I guess you could do that. I mean, there's no hate, no blame. It's really hard to be in a state of total yogi enlightenment for everyone. But that is a path for yogis that would otherwise be dissatisfied and chasing desires one after the other, that they can opt out per Epictetus and his very wise, hard-hitting, and Buddhist congruent kind of way of thinking. It's just, okay, now you've heard the theory, motor mind. Are you going to run past it onto something else that you would rather do after hearing that? Or are you going to come back to that, maybe just write down 1 or 2 sentences that encapsulates that idea and then put it into practice? Will you put it into practice? Will you start to stop desiring the things that you in particular will end up desiring? See, there's so many foolish people right now on this planet that, for example, all the things you once desired and now don't desire, they desire those things. Now, would you envy people like that? Or why do they desire it? Is it ignorance? Or is it just, again, the horse-like wandering of a otherwise animalistic being that we can be compassionate towards, because that's what's carrying us through this plane of existence? Are you going to beat your dog, or are you going to pet it? Are you going to guide your dog, or are you going to yell at it? It all depends on your own skill level, doesn't it? That's why compassion is the greatest skill in these matters, because we can take these hard egoic positions on performance, on achievement, social standing, a feeling of accomplishment. How about this? I'm Stradivarius, and people tell me all the time. Now, this is just an example. I'm not Stradivarius, but if I was, people are telling me all the time, you're a genius, you're this. I'm still not satisfied. Why? Because that's not how I became Stradivarius. You see, so in a lot of ways, talents can be self-deceiving, because it's not a talent to be dissatisfied with supernormalcy. See, that's the over-the-barrel type of people. Some could say Nietzsche was one of these personalities to a certain extent. Going so far to go so far, and then going too far is not skillful. Whereas that brings us back to the middle path. But then you would say, well, okay, what desires would you allow if you're going to take the middle path? Well, how about those that are achievable, immediate, and in the here and now, without aggravation and without illusion or delusion? Because that's usually what it is that is connected to desire in the first place. We delusionally desire the things we desire in many cases, thinking that they can be the things that bring us satisfaction, but we are the ones that either give something satisfaction or take it away. Now, a lot of times we rationalize these things, but a lot of times we're wrong. Oh, I'm just floored, depressed right now because, and the mind will just come up with gibberish. These 100 things, but it's not that. It's just your inability to assimilate and integrate and to have discipline over what you desire and what you don't. If you don't desire the thing that you desire, then you're free of being disappointed by not having that desire satiated in the way that you want, which might also be impossible because it might be something that is not available. Like, for example, contentment in relationships, people looking for that is a bum steer, to put it mildly. A lot of people go from bum to bum and still are scratching their heads. Nobody's telling them, look, satisfaction is internal, desire is internal, and the work is internal. And inner work is work. And it's more significant work than external work. If you have a pile of potatoes and are miserable, it's probably better you didn't have the pile of potatoes. Now, I understand there's a certain point of diminishing returns, which brings us back to the middle path. Not desiring to take care of yourself, for example, would be not desiring too far. So these are nuanced things. It's not just a dogmatic principle. It's an art to apply it to those things that you don't need, that are illusory, that are mirages, that are impossible, and are finally not compassionate. Even if your dog wants to eat unlimited dog food, it would not be compassionate to open 10 cans of dog food just because your dog wants it. That's a form of abuse, isn't it? It's overindulgence. So you want your little candies and you keep eating them until you get obese. Well, that's the causality, and those are the actions, and those are the desires that you're not dropping skillfully, or seeing as enemies and devils and not your friends or satisfactions. See, that's a wrong satisfaction that leads you. It's normal satisfaction until it goes over the threshold of the middle path, and that is verifiable in the results that are manifest. Obesity is the leading cause of comorbidity, so people don't want to hear that. That's their ego, isn't it? They're going to deflect and blame. They're going to DARPA. They're gonna. You really should look into that one too. A lot of villains use that, just like, or is it Darfo? I have to look that one up again myself. But it's about as prevalent as whataboutism for bad actors in this time. Sophistic operators. You see someone commit that one time, you're dealing with someone with nearly a professional level character defect that is not curable unless they cure it. So this is your opportunity to reflect on whether or not you use that method, which is the first part is deny and attack. And then the second part is flipping. So they flip whatever you said, they flip that as an attack on them, and then they turn it into a morality argument against you. Like, why are you always so critical? Like you just mentioned, like, did you forget your sunglasses? And instead of like checking whether they forgot their sunglasses, because last time they complained the whole time because they forgot the sunglasses. Why do you have to be so critical? And then you ask again, did you forget your sunglasses? And then, of course I forgot because you're always distracting me. And then open the door, slam. See, so you're the bad guy again. Those types of people, they're in a bad way. And don't be like that. Only you can catch yourself. Only you can evolve. If you're at that stage, oh God, you're pretty bad. Now, there's reasons why people do that. Okay, we come back to I think trauma is overstated. People, see, we have a narcissistic time, so people are more attached to their trauma than in the past. Everything's so important because everyone's so self-important. But yeah, people are encapsulated and in this deflection and blame game. But those people, like I said, if they're your family members, that's one thing. You have to sort of usually put up with them to a certain extent, but just see it when it happens and try to separate it from the person. You can have compassion for them. Look, people, just because we have some insights regarding these things does not mean we're not going to be surrounded by messed up people our entire lives, or that we can do that ourselves. Like, just because I know what that is doesn't mean I can't find myself doing that if I get enraged about one thing or another. Like the dog barking at the moon, even a good dog can do that on a bad day. But the whole point of practical philosophy is catching ourselves and stopping ourselves. And that by stopping ourselves, we've really accomplished the goal, and we should be more satisfied with that. We should congratulate ourselves more for that, because that's a real accomplishment on a spiritual level that brings immense results in a woo way kind of way, which is by doing nothing, essentially. A materialist would say, here's someone sitting around doing nothing. But you don't need to have their approval because you don't desire it. And so what they think about how satisfied you should be or not according to them is really rather irrelevant, isn't it? And yet we make these things relevant because we identify with people, because we aren't integrated enough, we aren't grounded enough, we don't have a deep enough foundation to withstand these kinds of destabilizations that can happen because we forget ourselves in the moment. We forget our principles. We forget the skill of dropping desire for external validation in the moment. And so we commonly, normally, vulgarly get identified and then dissatisfied by conditions that are changing forms, conditions, and randomness. But our ability to exert executive authority over what we desire vis-a-vis what we don't, because we can experience the desire, but we can also experience the cessation of desire because we push that button every time it comes up when it's not achievable or it is externally based. I want 10 pancakes, not 5. It can come up like as on the smallest of levels. I want major public recognition versus being totally anonymous. Well, if you stop desiring that thing, then you can really live that way. Now, if you do become globally famous, then you won't want to have that. See, not wanting to have is the reverse side of the same coin. I don't want this. I don't want that. I don't want this. I don't. Well, stop desiring not to have that, because if you have that, then you have that. If you can perform that level of self-talk and convince yourself, and then finally you realize you're the judge, you're the person who decides, not the horse, because you developed that side of your personality which has the authority over the horse and the rider. Like, the rider just wants to go. He's like, hey, what are we doing here? What's next? Right? That's the whole point. What the rider, there's no point having a rider if you're not riding around. But the stupid, normal, common thing to do is to put that into external machinations instead of to redirect it to internal work, which is, for example, the monitoring self-talk, talking back, dropping things. A grudge arises, a grudge gets dropped, raising frequency, doing body weight yogic exercises for hours on end, because that's respectful towards the body and is conducive to inner work. So you have inner and outer work as you purify yourself. On the inside, you're able to purify your body at the same time, the outside, so that you come into congruence with wholeness and you do not abuse your horse, but you don't hinder your horse either. You give it a little bit of playful experimentation. For example, if you're older, you might have a more dour practice, just holding a bow for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours a day, or sitting position, or standing position. If you're a young person, it's more active practice. These girls, they need to do dance practice. 3 hours minimum dance for girls. And women, young women, even old women, why not? If they can do it. It depends on the body. But if you have that exuberance of energy, put it into something elegant like that. Something that's congruent with your inner dancer, your inner dynamic, expressive power. And make sure the music is not off, the atmosphere is not off, your equipment is not off, the place is not off, and that you're also not bothering others, which might be being visible to others because that might bother them in some way. It might inflame desire, which isn't what you necessarily want to do. So then you do it in a place where that doesn't happen, and then you just have the pure benefit of that for you. I mean, a lot of ways people say I beat up on the egos of women too much, but I don't think that's true. I think it's better not to have a big ego anyway, especially if you're a woman. But these days, you've got these psych lab groups that want to flip that power dynamic because they're resentful that there's a power dynamic, or there's only power dynamics, there's nothing else. And so they have to do that, they have to prove this, they have to prove that, instead of just letting that go. Right? Just let that go. It can come up, people can be that way, you can let them go too. Maybe they'll figure it out, maybe they won't, but I think women have a lot of good survival attributes But yeah, as far as feeling sorry for them on a certain extent, yeah, just like what I said, that they can incite desire so easily in men when that's not really what they want to do or would be beneficial for them or the men. Like, there's just lines of suckers that are enthralled by symmetrical attributes, and that's it. Maybe a third armpit, okay, and a bunch of mirages in people's heads, that's hormone driven and other things. So imagine, I mean, if women were that way and lining up and knocking on your door and sending texts and stuff, and you really weren't about that, that would be damn annoying, wouldn't it? So I get why a lot of women find men very annoying, because that is annoying. But you can do a lot to alleviate that by not putting yourself out there in places where that is the social norm. In post-moronism, women are all out in the street, all over the place, open for business worldwide. That is not how our ancestors lived, and for good reason. So if you think getting all that attention as a woman is a good thing, you're wrong. Sort of also like people that want to be famous, that's sort of a dumb desire to have in a lot of ways. If you're good and people recognize you as such, that's great. But if they don't, that's great too. But being recognized has its own problems that are associated with it. I mean, when I disembark from my, airplane, those crowds that are always just waiting, like almost causing problems on the tarmac, accidents, and then the whole airport is filled, and then the whole city, you can't even get out, and it just has these problems associated with it. Just kidding. Luckily, people don't have. It's rarefied to have super normal taste, right? So there's lucky that the current opinion is mostly a disdain and repugnance or something like that. I think that's something that vulgar people have for the supernormal, don't they? Like, have you ever had like good music being played but sort of sophisticated? It's not for everyone, and a lot of people just start complaining about it. How about good anything, like really excellent something or other, but it's just not to the taste of certain plebeians, is it? So isn't that another recipe of disaster for disaster? But yeah, inner work. Look, our culture does not value our inner work at all, and it doesn't consider it work. And it's all about externalities and external performance and external performance metrics, but too busy to do anything about the inner situation, which is potentially infinite. People say, well, I'm not infinite. Look, your dreams, I'm sure, no matter how stupid you think you are, if you've had crazy dreams, that came from within inside you. And there's a whole lot more where that came from. I keep coming back to books. Every dang book in the library was written by someone doing inner work. Now, they decided to translate that into a book, and that can happen. That can be a natural progression, but not necessarily. A lot of the best practical philosophers weren't considered such and never wrote books, but did benefit from their practical philosophy. So I guess that does matter at the end of the day, or at least did for them, doesn't it? So desire, cessation of desire, or the arising of desire and the dispensation of desire, the cancellation or neutralization of desire. There we go. So dukkha dukkha nirodha. So and dissatisfaction and the neutralization of dissatisfaction. So the unwholesome and the arising of the unwholesome and the neutralization of the unwholesome. And the arising of the wholesome and the embracing and integration of the wholesome. The arising of unskillfulness and the neutralization of unskillfulness, or the refinement of unskillfulness, and the rising of skillfulness and the refinement of skillfulness. But how do you refine skillfulness? Well, you need a lot of reflection. You need the snake eating the tail kind of slow, digestive, reflective, suffering, staying in the moment, not looking away, being here now. It's enough, but it's not always what we want. See? So the wanting, witnessing the wanting, witnessing the neutralization of that wanting. As we allow ourselves to integrate in a slow process, much slower than we are habituated and conditioned into. So we've been conditioned also to disregard ourselves. If you're stuck in a room and you're doing things you don't like all day, every day, the implied message to your being is that you are worthless. You do not value your time. You do not care about your inner states. You are out of alignment. You are not congruent. You don't like what you want to do. You don't consider it the right thing to do. You don't care what the right thing to do for you is because you aren't reflecting enough. You aren't connecting enough with yourself. You aren't integrating yourself enough to even know what that is. And yet knowing does not mean figuring something out there that you want. But being content with the here and now and integrating what is already there. You have infinite potentiality within you. It's repressed. It's inaccessible. It's locked. It's blocked. It's egoically blocked, right? It's conditionally blocked. And then on top of that is a huge amount of conditioned disregard for yourself, which also leads to disregard for others. They took away your time, now you're going to take away other people's time, kind of circle of diminishing returns. They didn't like you, well, you're not going to like them back. So they created in you ill will, now you're going to pay that forward. Instead of dropping the ill will and not projecting it forward. But these are subtle uprootings, subtle weedings, subtle manifestations that take a long time to crystallize. Especially depending on where you are. If you've been conditioned worse, like people in North Korea, they're worse conditioned. They have less opportunity. They are told what to do and they better do it and they better be happy about it. And so essentially throwaway people in a throwaway culture. They figure, okay, well, people will just drill them so that they torpedo through life until, what is their death rate, 50, 60, and when the bilge from below starts seeping up and drowning them in the sea of woes, they'll be so conditioned that the only thing that will help them is drugs, essentially, and then they die. Sort of one-use drones. It's sort of the culture we have, and to a certain extent, in the West as well. So it's because it's psychology, it's socialization. It's post-industrial socialization. We don't have the family farms, we got rent seekers and rent to pay, and we don't have very many meaningful options to pay that rent, which is constantly going up. And so there you can see that societies can become their own dissatisfaction machines, which ultimately leads to them falling apart. See, social structures should be attractive and beneficial to the participants in the social structure and reciprocating. But if it's not, if it's predatory, then disengaging from it, not just spiritually, which is probably just a good standard practice, but physically is probably the way forward. In fact, you could also see it in a non-acrimonious way, in that there's no society anywhere that could fulfill all of your desires anyway. And that's, the Buddha chose solitude because it was skillful, not because he was at odds with the outside world. I mean, in a certain sense he was, old age, sickness, and death, he was not happy with that. He busted up his head about that 6 years long, until he finally accepted those conditions and dropped his supernormal expectations, or at least that's what they appeared to be to him, but they turned out to be mirages, because anything that creates dissatisfaction is essentially a tie to a mirage. So once that veil is lifted, you see the truth, then it's about right action. You have right view, now you need right effort. And the right effort is to reorient yourself. We have an external materialist society that doesn't value the individual. Well, you have to do the opposite of all those things. You have to decondition yourself or recondition yourself for inner work. You have to disengage from material KPIs. And you have to devote yourself to the inner work. And see that as inherently worthy, because you don't dehumanize yourself. You don't not value your time. Quite the opposite. You prize it. You waste it, but you waste it in a way that you have to waste because it is your bounty to waste. Whatever it is that comes up, it could be the things you don't want, but that's karmically what's there. So that's what you'll be dealing with. I don't want to be stuck in the 39th day of Nigredo and shadow integration. I don't want to be there. But that's what's happening. That's what happened. That's this moment. And so what does one do if one's compassionate? Well, let's get through this together, horse. You're puking your guts out. Here's a fresh pail of water I brought you. So I brought you some new hay and an apple. Here you go. Maybe tomorrow you'll be a little bit better. Don't need to be out plowing the fields today. Farmer Brown was fired a long time ago. So it's just you and me and this process, this journey. And if you can burn off 10 lifetimes today and 5 lifetimes tomorrow, and you can finally get these principles and put them into action, well, then this was a great day. This was a magnificent day. This was a profound day. This was a moving day. This was an inspirational day. This was the best day of your life that it could possibly have been under the circumstances. But you're refining even without realizing it, because just by interacting, it's like playing ping pong with yourself. Bing, 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 and it just keeps coming back faster and faster, and sometimes it slows down, but every time the ball gets hit from every angle, because you've been practicing, you're pretty good. Like a really fast a backhand real quick, but your reflexes are there. And then pop, it goes straight over the net at an angle with such a spin and a violence to it that Loki is dumbfounded when it flies past him. But then he comes back with another one, and then there you are going back and forth ping pong with Loki. That's another way of seeing it. These mirages, they only hurt as much as you're identified with them. So do realize that's part of the attachment process, and it's also part of the decoupling process. It's not you, it's not yours. If somebody fell in love with you and then fell out of love with you, they fell in love with their own mirage. Okay? And why can you be compassionate for them? Because the same process can happen to you. They're human, you're human. Have compassion, manas. See that M, those two, the M with the gibo at the top, the X, two lines with the X at the top. Between heaven and earth, right? That's where we are. Like Parzival, like the fool. Like the magician, like Hermes. Like the hero's journey, like the holy searchers for the Holy Grail. Like philosophers. How do you become a practical philosopher? Well, by applying practical philosophy or practical psychology so that you can have the benefits of practical philosophy. So knowing, and then the integration of knowing, so that it really is integrated wisdom. But that process, it's slow. Your expectation's fast. The process is slow. The snake eating its tail at a very slow rate. In fact, I recommend like looking some of the thought tarot cards, for example. They have snakes on them, like the two of discs, or the two of pentacle, or the two coins. Yeah, the two coins card of the thought deck. Just look at that snake and the two spinning discs, and then you can look at that card also from an angle when it's somewhat elevated above the ground, and it'll look like the snake is actually moving at an extremely slow pace around in a figure 8 style as it consumes its tail. And that's just the metaphor for the slowness with which these internal processes, these alchemical kinds of processes take, that are really, really, really counterintuitive to modern people who are cartwheeling, that have been conditioned to just be go, 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 do this, do that, get this, get that, don't do this, don't do that, instead of digesting, manifesting, integrating, and all of that other inner work kind of process. And again, you tell all this to someone outside and you try to explain it to them, it's very possible you're going to get a negative reaction. Like, don't do that, or that's stupid, or that's foolish. So the instinct is to run to someone and tell them, oh, I found this great practice. But look, people are all over the place. People have these external metrics, and there's really no convincing them. If they don't have the good fortune to have that level of insight, to be introspective, then they're probably not going to get it this time around. Which is to say, that's their destiny, and everyone has their own. We like to think we can influence people positively or negatively, but essentially it's other people doing that for themselves. If they are of right mind, they will hear what you say and it will be a benefit to them. If not, you can say anything to them and it's not going to make a bit of difference. And so, but how do you get to the state where you're receptive to these things? Well, you have to discipline the horse, which means taking the introspective practice, even though the horse doesn't want to do that. And that's going to be a training period which feels extremely uncomfortable. And also as if you're doing the wrong thing, because you've been trained to run, not to reflect. You've been trained to go, not to pause. You've been trained to produce anything and not to stop producing. But that's not Wu Wei, is it? Wu Wei is counterintuitive, and so are these practices. But you have to have enough faith and be able to eliminate this scientific doubt of materialism, which is a mirage, which is Mara, to start this process and to give it the significance and authenticity and reality that it absolutely does need to have to exist, even though it's ephemeral. Can't really be shown to others in a direct way. But believe me, you put in this work and you meet other people that are the same way, it does click. But it's more rarefied, unfortunately. Now, hopefully with the dissemination of these ideas over time, they will percolate into the general culture, but there's no guarantee for that. Where do supernormal seeds take root? It's hard to say. I think the Buddha would be flabbergasted that Thailand became a very fertile, or Tibet, although he probably would have guessed that one. But he would have been flabbergasted to know that it was exterminated in India. Especially after it enjoyed so many centuries of great favor. But that's this wacky purgatory we're in, so I think he knew something about changing forms and conditions, didn't he? And randomness, so I don't know how shocked he would be, really. I don't think he considered India a country, all that much. Just sort of a landscape with weather and patterns. I think that's sort of where he was at mentally, and it was a lot easier to do that when you didn't have apparatchiks defining some security scheme that's supposed to work for everyone, but doesn't really, and didn't have all that much power to project itself as it does today, at least in forms of distorting the culture. Keeping people motoring around. It's a growth economy. We're just going to grow. And of course, that's just going to work forever. Well, yeah, there's a cost to that delayed kind of strategic thinking, wouldn't you say? But of course, people can overthink things. I mean, we're talking about purgatory here, but we can also decide to do things differently. I think a lot of people that aren't thinking at all, headless doers, they can fall into a pit, can't they? But just because that can happen doesn't mean you have to stay that way. You can make changes based on new worldviews. like the worldview that, permanent growth is neither possible nor desirable, and that managing numbers, like bringing it down to like a tenth of what it is now, might be the most smartest thing to do. And then with a cultural program that isn't adversarial to real culture or history or good taste or sensibility, something like that. But that's just, it's a wild suggestion here already. People are losing their minds. As a criticism, what are we going to, DARFA or something? I can see it coming already. Which is why the road to hell is paved with good intentions in a lot of ways. We think we're doing a good thing by making recommendations, but what are we doing? Well, we're just making people angry. The worst people in the world are angry, angry, angry about being wrong. They're not wrong, you're wrong. I'm not wrong. See, aversionary bridges, that's how they scurry across them, so don't build them. See the good things instead. There's still some good things. I don't want to knock India all too much. I mean, there's some good things going on there. Come on. They've got to have some swamis and yogis worth a damn somewhere. Might just be a couple of them, but still, that's an accomplishment. In a lot of ways, they are preserving things that are just misapplied at this time, but they are there, so that is something. It's better than nothing. Like, again, West has all this super technology and something like that. It's a spiritual desert. So, who's stupider? But again, I think we can use the technology and then just add these modules and then we'll be okay. But we're not there yet. At least not in its entirety, and maybe that's also not possible. But there's at least some pockets here and there. Some individuals at least. And that's really what matters, Kalyana Minta. It's not civilizational, depersonalized concepts. Kalyana Minta, really wherever they come from, they're pretty dang good, aren't they? If you earn that title, it is what it is. It's not really something you can demand. But if you are that, that's what you are. That's for real. That is definitely good. So inner work people, yeah, we have cartwheel kind of culture. We're going to disengage and disidentify from that, and we're going to re-engage with authenticity. But it has its price. And that desire that we kill and neutralize, that's real desire in many cases. It's very pernicious, very strong. It's very egoically invested. It feels like cutting off a part of yourself many times. But once you get used to it, once you see it, once you've done it enough times, then you see it abstractly, then you can do it more easily and more automatically, and then you don't have all that gunk. You're not disconnected from the essential self. You're not putting up with unsatisfactory environmentals, and you're not suppressing that. You're living in congruence with others and with compassion for humanity in general. But I can already hear from the peanut gallery somebody asking themselves, desire? Giving up desire? Why would I ever do that? Isn't that the whole point of life? What do you get by eliminating desire? That's how they talk. Well, what you get is freedom. If you need to get something, that's it. You get liberation from illusory dissatisfaction. See, it's packaged dissatisfaction, but inside it's not permanent. But yeah, you want to chain your horse to a desire, well, then it's not free. And if that desire does bring you some type of benefit, then be honest with yourself about those benefits and also about the efforts you're putting into it. And maybe you're putting in more effort than what you're getting back, or maybe it's working for you now until it doesn't, and then you're going to want to wish these days back, but that might not be in the cards. And then you can imagine the type of dissatisfaction you're going to get. Now, if you want an example of that, it's 1926. You're the son of a factory owner, and you have all this money, and everyone tells you to put it in the stock market. It's a no-brainer. And you put it in, and you watch that money. You become a genius as it goes up like 3 times, and you start just completely changing your life to reflect that style. Buying this, buying that, becoming a member of this, member of that, right? And all these other things. And then what happens? Boom! A worldwide economic depression. Whose fault was it? Well, what do these people do? They end up blaming themselves or others, or both, or bad luck. And then just imagine how they're experiencing life with the baseline that they had and the desires that they nearly had fulfilled, but in effect they were just getting started because they had already given themselves up to creating more and more desires, because they mistakenly thought they would always have the means to fulfill them, but those desires are still there and the means are gone. Plus levels of dissatisfaction that they never thought were possible before they changed their reference for what is a good life versus what is an acceptable one or skillful one or manageable or achievable one. A good example of this is The Great Gatsby, right? And the author of that book, it's a periodic kind of literary piece because it does describe that flapper generation, the first Weimarians, complete idiots, young idiots that thought they were going to just inherit all the good things after all the bad things. And they went face first into some of the most disappointing times in modern history. So had they followed Gurdjieff and the ancients instead, they probably wouldn't have experienced the lowest of lows that they did, many of them dying of alcoholism, died of a broken heart, or melancholia is sometimes how they describe it. So it's best to be skillful in the beginning, in the middle, and the end, but I realize we have a very unskillful culture, and so a lot of people are not prepared. And so it's a lot more difficult to become skillful when you need it, but it is possible. And it's probably best to start with it before you need it or think you need it. Just like brushing your teeth, you're not doing it because you want to avoid cavities necessarily. You just do it because it's the right thing to do on a daily basis. It's just, it belongs to your daily hygienic routine. And whereas 3 other people, their breath stinks, yours doesn't. It's minty fresh. Your worldview, it's minty fresh. Your attitudinals, minty fresh. Your resiliency, your frequency, they're minty fresh. They're polished brass. They shine internally. You don't have to display it. You don't have to prove it. You live it. But of course, it's not every day. You know, polishing does take work. You don't get that brass to gleam like it can without the effort, without right effort. And the more skillfully you can do it, the quicker you can do it, the more accessible you have all the things you need, the more professional you are in how you do it, the better. But if you don't put in the work, nobody's going to do it for you. You're not going to get somebody from upstairs just going to grant you all those things without you doing anything. So don't do the work when you need to. Do it a lot sooner so that it's not as difficult or impossible when it's necessary. This is a practical philosophy because you practically do need it in every instance to keep that brass shine. But yeah, it gets splattered with stuff from time to time, but you know, that gloss coat really helps any kind of seepage or any kind of acidic or caustic damage, especially if you do it frequently enough and thoroughly enough. That it really doesn't matter what seagull might have been flying overhead with cosmic dukkha for you. It's just one of those things. It's just a gross day. Unexpectedly gross. For inexplicable reasons. That's where you are. There's your little mop and bucket and the seawater and your little rags, and there you go, off to the races again. Whereas other people, their boats, they're like half waterlogged, they're leaning to the side, sprayed in gunk. Oh, they don't have to do any of that crap. They're just chugging along. They never needed any polishing. What's wrong with their attitudinals? Go F yourself. Yeah, okay, that's them. There is normalcy in that, isn't there? But not any kind of normalcy worth a damns. That's not the way to go through life, like an old tilting frigate. Messed up motor, low maintenance, kind of miserliness with oneself and others. It's all about power dynamics. I never needed an overhaul. Look at this thing. Look at how people drive around, how they roll around, their clothes, their appearance, their equipment. Yeah, it does say something about them, doesn't it? But just because it does doesn't mean you can't change it. So that's where I say put in the work. And a lot of people don't have that basic compassion because they've accepted the dehumanization process, and they've accepted their dehumanization, their relegation in a sociological contraption devised by sadists for materialist reasons and luxury class reasons. And yet, even the luxury class people, they need to put in the work. It's only they have what they think to be the resources to do that, but it really requires the internal resources. And they don't have it, even if they're rich. But that doesn't mean that you can't develop it. Or send me a dang coffee or two. If you're rich, you can max out the coffee just because. But if you're not, if you're still po, Like everybody else, you could send me a coffee too. I'm not going to discriminate. I'll drink it if a po person sends it to me, just as much as I would if a rich person did. So, but yeah, I don't know if I'll be buying coffee with it. Probably, maybe a handful of rice or two. Some maybe a trowel. Well, no, maybe a sharpening stone, perhaps. Well, no, I guess those are free too. But depends. Maybe one day my poncho will get blown out to sea, and I might have to replace it. So if you spot me $10 towards that future goal, that might be something. But I'm not going to tie it to some outcome, right? And neither should you. It's just pure generosity. And it's pure thankfulness and gratitude on my end. So thank you so much for your generosity in purgatory. May it be counted towards your good karma much more than it cost you. May it give you back in terms of well-being 10,000-fold or more. And before I forget, a footnote, now that Epictetus was a Stoic, by the way, but now that it's becoming more mainstream, I've noticed that there's a bunch of snarky kinds of misconceptions about it, that it's against relationships and having a family or whatever. It's not. But what it is against is you thinking that those things are going to be a permanent or reliable source of contentment or satisfaction. That you go into those things realistically and you compartmentalize things. The other person is not there to complete you. That is your job. The other person can change. The other person can die. The other person can get sick. The other person can get old. If you think chasing tail is a smart way to live, you're not living smart. That's sort of what they would say. So are they against that? Maybe. But that doesn't mean that it might not be right under certain circumstances, especially within the context of a working relationship that is of mutual benefit. That is also pretty visceral and pretty consistent and pretty real and pretty authentic pretty much all the time without too many demands placed upon you, which in our kind of toxic socialization cycle that we're in, thanks to these psych lab armies, where relationships become a power dynamic, a power struggle, and that women are the number one special people on the planet, and men are oafish brutes that should just be tough enough to do whatever their Harridan has them do or think. That's not good philosophy at any time from any real philosophic school, so it's not just the Stoics saying that. But if you have a so-called philosophic school that doesn't see things that way, how philosophic is that school anyway? But yeah, people, they like to have philosophy for dummies kind of synopsises because they're not willing to put in the effort and they don't know what they're talking about, and they might have their own set of interests, and so they like to throw shade on things. But I would also say that not all of the translations of the Stoics are good. Actually, some of the older translations, they piss me off. But I'm still appreciative of them, but they could use a lot of refinement. Unfortunately, a lot was lost because of all of these civilizational collapses that took place in the not so distant past. So yeah, beware people bad mouthing the Stoics or misrepresenting them. Just like yeah, evolutionary psychology has a couple of interesting points, but if you use it for red pillarism, it's completely ridiculous. It's really vulgar and misguided, and not very wise. If you're chasing tail and thinking you flipped the script, you've really just flipped the script on yourself, because you're setting yourself up for just bad relationships. Essentially, you're a talent at getting in relationships, and then you're getting stuck in it. It's like, how do you find the potholes of life? You're looking to find those. You'll find those, but getting out of them without serious damage is quite another question. So we're over socialized, we're over focused on external validation, we're over focused on relationships, and that's why we have very dissatisfying conditions of people at this time. So how can we change that? Well, shifting the focus and attitudinals and expectations of these things. Now, can you find some woman that knows how to conduct herself and not get in your face and business every which way but loose, and undermine you psychologically, financially, and other ways? Of course you can, but not as common as they might have been perceived to be in the past. So the baseline is sort of defective, thanks to Psych Army and Co. But my information, it could be where I'm from or where I came from or during my travel. My info could be out of date. If you're living in a place where that's not true, don't take any of that personally. It's probably not where you are. Like, if you're offended at what I said, maybe then you're living in paradise and I'm in the ghetto, maybe, but maybe not. Also, age. The young people are generally okay. It's as they get older and more twisted and crooked and messed up and defective and misguided that they get worse and worse. And sometimes you would think that this process would be slower than it is. You meet someone, who you would think would be young, like 22, and they got more notches than Rambo. So, just saying, keep expectations and realities often do not coincide. But yeah, younger people, that you could probably trust them a little bit more, whereas older ones really does depend on how skillful they've been or not, and whether or not they're going to tell you that how unskillfully they've been living or not, because these worldly kinds of operators wouldn't really have an incentive to do that, would they? So I think a lot of them think they're really smart by telling each other, what not to tell other people so that they can get what they want. But if the other people get what they want, is something quite else, right? The other people get screwed on some goods that were sold on false pretenses. So that's why, coming back to the red flags, give yourself a new download. Like, you should check if you're in that type of mind space. Every year or so, you should check the top 20 or 50 red flags, because they develop new ones, like new ideological terms, new snarky words, other just toxic, horrible trends that are great tip-offs and should be used. And if you're using, the red flag compilation from 1999, then you don't know nothing, right? You're not even on AOL online. You're not on dial-up. You're pre-internet. So is that wise? I don't think so. I mean, that's like not knowing the traffic signs and traffic rules and going in there and just roaring around town. You're going to seriously derail your life and your health and finances and anything else if you're doing that. So relationships, take them more seriously. Just like our culture is going to evolve into one that takes political office extremely seriously and ethics really seriously and culture really seriously, they're going to be taking relationships seriously, like only getting in a relationship if there's a real benefit. And if not, things are just going to be real loose, just real here, but there, sort of undefined, sort of real undefined, yeah, just friendly. How about that? It'll just be a friendly basis of association without any kinds of weird definitions and requirements and demands and things of that nature. But of course, for subnormal people that want to, play some type of sadistic games and power plays, that's not going to be enough for them. But that's the people that can also bounce. You're not going to miss those. So test them too. Like don't just give them an easy time of it. You can test people, put them through the trials, and if they show themselves to be narcissistic, for example, covert narcissism is one of the worst. But malignant narcissism is bad in and of itself. They have that. Doesn't matter how good they look. Just drop them. They need to work on themselves. And if they don't, it is not your problem. But this is the thing. Guys get into ding-a-lingism. Then they get ding-donged in these relationships. And they just really destroy their lives. They just won't admit it, but leading cause of dissatisfaction, I would say. So people thinking men should just be going through relationships like these women are going through not even relationships because they think so is not the worldview to adopt, is it? So, I understand they like just doing the relationship thing permanently, but for men have other priorities. And if they don't, they need to find them and develop those, and to the exclusion of numbnuttery, especially if they can't afford it or aren't in a comfortable position, like haven't developed enough to know where they're at to even consider bringing someone in or having even a relationship with someone on some type of common terms. You haven't put in enough developmental work to know what would work or what does work for you and what doesn't. Now, of course, you can learn that by doing it, but the ultimate end of that is that you get hooked, right? Kids are produced, and then you need to support them, and that's sort of your focus. Support is not just financial, it's a lot of behavioral work. And of course, the entire relationship of the changes to one of caretaking instead of one that was pretty free and easy and mutually relaxed. Takes on a whole different kind of dynamic. So if you don't know that going in, if you're ignorant, that there's no practical philosophy in the world that would say that's a smart way to be. So other people don't like that, other predators and groups and power playists and shamers and blamers. Oh, you just can't get none, that's your problem. Like, what? Whatever, It's like, there's all different types of things out there. You could drill a hole in a tree and get some if you wanted to. but what, you need somebody to approve you first. So that is really sick and demented, and it works on chumps that have low self-esteem. So if you're one of those, or have been one of those, your problem is your internals, not the externals. And if you've had like 2, 3, 4 bad relationships, or that have just stop. Stop right now. You're not being compassionate. That's like, yeah, I have all this internal suffering. Let me hit the bottle. Let me hit the relationship and the bottle. How about that? Instead of doing the internal work. So this practice is for real. And people who adopt it, they need to make it real. Because only if it's real does it matter. And it does seem like you're taking a lot of things away, but you're taking things away because that's how the practice works. And then you can build back incrementally in a wise way instead of, I want this, I want that. I see that this is good, so it must be good, and when it's just a mirage. And that we have that propensity to do that, because it's also egoic deflection. I feel miserable. This, if I only had this, I would feel better. That's not how it works. If you can eliminate the desire, you have neutralized the desire, you have satiated the desire. That's the way to look at it. But a second footnote, because I can hear in the back someone saying, freedom, freedom, what's that? Well, here's another aspect to freedom. Freedom of the fear and anxiety attached to the thing that one desired and acquired. The fear of losing the thing acquired in a realm that we know is changing forms, conditions, and randomness. So instead of freedom, you now have the thing desired that probably is now no longer desired, so it's no longer the point or motivation for doing something. And what have you stored up in the heaven of your mind? Well, per this attachment, it's that anxiety, the fear, the gnawing thought that at any moment you could go back to a state of non-ownership of the desired thing. Now, some people might not think that that is good enough, but then think how far that kind of mindset can go. For example, how about jealousy? Because somebody could take away the thing that you are anxious of losing. And so it can go that much further that you might develop paranoia on top of that. What could possibly take away the desired thing? You're precious. Who could come in the middle of the night and pick the lock and take the thing and carry away your happiness in purgatory? And so the more you own and own and own, the more it owns and owns you. With these deep-rooted fears and anxieties and instabilities and imposturings. What if you lose your fame or become infamous? You were so good and now you're the villain. What now? You're known to be a villain instead of the good person. What now? You can see this sometimes with actors. Like people were, I really thought I liked you, and now I know that you're a terrible person because you did something that people can do normally. But I'm going to use a moral argument of perfection. And you're a bad person now. And now the person who was working for the applause and the esteem of the external audience is now being booed. Where's the reality? Are they an imposter? Or is that the new reality? Are they that for real? Are they really a bad person? Their whole identity has been taken hostage. They're taken hostage. They're on the bus. They can't get off. They won't let them off. They didn't think something like that could change. And now they can't change their mind because they're invested. They're in the bus. So people are out there right now. They have some version of that. All greedy people have that. The fear of losing what they desire. Fear of losing it. It just eats them up. They do feel phony. Because if they do lose that position, they do lose the money, then they aren't the thing that they think they are. So their whole personality is contingency based. That's where this anxiety is coming from. People are nervous as cats because of that. Oh, but they're rich, they're rich, they're rich. Sure they are. Today, tomorrow, maybe not. That's why they're worried. That mind is lawnmowering through the neighborhood again. What's that noise? There it is. Anxiety. The market fell 2,000 points yesterday. Everybody's broke. What now? Am I still a good person? Am I a success? No, you're a failure now. You're a complete failure. You're the person that people point at and say is flat broke. What now? So freedom, yeah, freedom from that is fresh air. It's a sunny morning and I'm on the mountainside and there's nothing between me and the view of this fantastic ocean of satisfaction. I have no contingencies, nothing that I could lose that would change that fundamentally founded, anchored identity in the brevity of life. This wonderful brevity, free as many of attachments and delusional mirages as humanly possible. That's the destination, dear friends. But the destination is only reached in the journey, and the journey is the destination. I was listening the other day to just, I would say, pretty well-known psychologist from the United States. I won't name them because during the presentation, see, they just like a cultural operative, they'll wait, 50 to the 50% mark or the 70% mark before they start with their ideological program. So usually their beginning pitch is pretty neutral and then they hit the ideology or they'll quote someone. Because of course this is how Marxism works. Marxist-Leninist structures is that they can't be a part of the academy unless they kowtow to the ideologues because it's all about power dynamics and framing. So out of the blue, he pops up with a feminist ideologue that he quotes. That word feminism, right when you hear it, like ism or ist, that it's a psych-lab operative meant to destabilize relationships between men and women and society in general. It is not meant to be good. It is meant to be animal farm, divisory, undermining, either overt tyrannical sadism or covert sadism. And of course, they profess, for example, like essentially this ideologue did was set up frameworks where they claim, for example, to have progressed out of the narcissistic phase, but that's not true. The whole premise of feminism is to remain in a narcissistic, captured way of thinking, where your true holism is the center of your universe, that you define and identify yourself with that group that defines themselves this way, and it's always an Overton way with utopian aspects to the conformity kind of thing. So if you conform, you're a better person than the people that don't see it your way, and you're not narcissistic because most other people are stuck in narcissism, but they're just stuck in two-holism or homophilia. So they have to be on the lookout for anyone who would be homophobic, for example, or see women as all civilized societies have seen them for the last 50,000 years, except for some weird exceptions that they claim existed for a time somewhere. And also in a way that wasn't true. So when you realize that they are a Marxist group, Marxist-Leninist kind of group and technique, then yeah, falsifying research, claiming to be scientific, being pseudoscientific, and being adversarial to the cultures that they infect, then you really do know what you're looking at. So she again created this false precondition that people start off narcissistic, well, which is true, but see, feminists don't evolve beyond that, but there's that claim. And then second, we have this ethnocentric phase, but then you can get out of that, see, and then all of a sudden we start getting into utopianism. So now you're above what you are and the group you're in. You're a better person if you attack and undermine that group, because only troglodytes would be ethnocentric. And if everybody in the world would just adopt this, there would be this globist utopia, and there would be this world consciousness and all of that. Which is hot nonsense. It doesn't work. It breaks down. It causes division. It encourages invasion, suppression, and a lot of other... exterminationism. Let's not forget that. Because you can't really have two groups that are totally different and throw them together. It's going to be some type of better thing. It's going to be a neither nor kind of situation. So anybody who even uses the word feminism, or even uses them as like some type of credible source, is immediately discredited. It should be in your mind. Now, getting back to ethnocentrism, look, there's something called petite nationalism, okay? And there are cultural operators, instigators, and subversives in things like football hooliganism that create these petty national disputes and keep them alive. Those people are reprehensible and completely misguided. But that has nothing to do with just accepting who and what you are, and not being opposed to that, not undermine that, not attack the group you came from. But they don't get that. What did they create? They create a lot of myths. Ethnocentrism is the root of all evil, and the reason why we had this was due to ethnocentrism, which is of course a big lie. There has been ethnic groups since the beginning of time, and most of the time they were able to get along by staying separate, and that's a perfectly valid and acceptable strategy, and should never, ever, ever be questioned on any level, especially by Marxist, Leninist, inversionary, usurpatory, suppressionary, adversarial groups and peoples that think they know better than everyone else, especially in the context of psychology, which is disgusting that these people are allowed to continue to present themselves as something better than thou, when nothing that they say has really anywhere worked or will work, because it's adversarial and a power grab from the beginning. It's a power grab frame. It's a complete and utter misrepresentation. Now, has there been problems? Yes. But usually because of the people that I just mentioned. You do not need to feel yourself superior to other groups, but you can recognize that you're different, and you can also cultivate that difference and protect and preserve it and be a good person. In fact, that's the definition of a good person. Whereas the person who mistakenly believes that we can just move past that point so to subversive conditions and still remain a good person or a better person than normal people or normal sensibilities is the delusional person, no matter what they say. I don't care how many damn pieces of toilet paper they have with stamps and little buttons and glitter bombs on it. And when somebody comes back and says Buddha wouldn't have said that. Buddha was called Sakyamuni. That means the wise man of the Sakas. A distinct group with immense amount of respect for that group. Now, did the Buddha exclude other people? We don't know, really, the ethnicity of the people around him. But back then, it might have been that groups stayed with each other for practical reasons. Or if they interacted with other people, they did so respectfully. But they did not delude themselves into thinking that they were different or that they could just do any old thing and that would not have bad karmic implications should it go against the well-being or cohesion of the group in question, which would lead to the elimination of the Sangha instead of the preservation of it. Are we richer today that Pali is extinct and Buddhism was almost lost to the Western world because of those forces at work, disintegrative, instead of preservational kinds of forces? So look, it's just practicality. In spiritual matters, is physicality the determinant factor? Obviously not. Any ethnic group can read the Buddha and discern or extract value from it. But that has nothing to say for how groups should manage their own cohesion or nations or the way they do things versus the way other people do things. That one world wet dream these hateful, stupid flip subversives subscribe to will never, ever, 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 ever be true or come into reality. Never. One of the groups will not go along, and then it's lights out for those groups. So just admit it. Good neighbors have good fences, and people, if you're in some type of messed up situation where people are just thrown together, then find your little niches. If you're a damn Italian and you like being in Little Italy, God bless you. If you're a Swede and you like being around other Swedes, there's nothing wrong with that. If you feel more comfortable as Scotch-Irish, amongst Scots-Irish and Germans and Europeans in general, you're not a bad person on any level. Whereas the nut jobs that say that you're a bad person, they're actually bad people, especially if they're psychologists. Because let's not forget, Marxist-Leninists have their psych lab armies, so where are they coming from? Well, yeah, psychologists that have bought into these types of ideologies under false pretexts or present them under false pretexts while being professionals. So if you can convince Group A and Group B that they're just bipeds, then it's going to be Group C that results from that. But you can't really talk about Group A and B. Now, if they both had attributes worth preserving, then that's a catastrophe. That's catastrophic kind of recommendation by so-called responsible people. It is perfectly fine that they stay separate. In fact, it's probably better that they do. Now, for plantationists and tax collectors and tyrants and despots, they don't care about people individually or really as groups. So for them, that might be a convenient political absurdity that they want to dogmatically enforce. But that is not a viewpoint that anyone of good character should adopt. That's a weird, wonky kind of way of seeing things. It's ideological, and it's utopianistic, and it's misleading, and it's subversive. Now, the big problem with women in two-holism is their group. It is true they're more group-oriented, herd-oriented, in a weird way. Like they can join a cult of people that hate the larger group at large, and think that they're better people for doing so, because that's also a narcissistic way of operating. But that doesn't make it true. It just makes it venereal, like cancerous kind of ideological, politically terroristic kind of way of operating. So who are the bad guys? Anyone who would criticize them. They're haters, of course. Do normal people think that all around the world? Well, even their own studies say that 3/5 of people have some form of ethnocentrism, but they want to call that bad. But they still want to call themselves compassionate by calling 3/5 of humanity bad for just having these basic normal instincts. So be advised, this is part of the cultural war. These people from the 60s, so a lot of them straight out of Russian training programs, like Cuban type of things and stuff. So these are not places that flourished under these ideologies, and in many cases they stamped them out in a despotic way while claiming that they still are that. But of course, utopianist dupes don't really spot those incongruencies, or if they do, they keep it to themselves, because it's about group conformity and terrorism to stay in their new group that is the better group than the old group they think or say. So yeah, a lot of women, like, again, they weren't going to have success in relationships. They didn't like the fact that men can do like 1,000 things way better than they can. They don't want to admit that fact. It's a vanity problem. So what do childish, vain narcissists do? Well, they want to flip the entire frame on its head, call the past evil, and their frame, the highway, their way or the highway kind of frame is the only thing accepted in polite society that they determine with their power politics. So of course, those societies of the past that were 100 times better, they're anachronistic. They find the little things that weren't so great, and then they blow those up to misrepresent them. Now, again, does this mean I want women chained in the basement? Hell no. I think women can really benefit from Buddhism and Christianity that is enlightened, and just spiritual practice in general. That there's no domination there. We're not bringing that into the conversation at all. You're a woman, you have your limitations, you have your place, you have what women traditionally do, and you can deal with that skillfully, or you can become one of these terroristic cultural operators and pretend like you're better than everyone else. It's up to you. We'll see how it works out for you in the end. I don't see it working out for any of them, but if you're into power politics in your relationships, maybe you get off on that. Maybe you're a sadomasochist and like that. If so, there's enough of them out there. You can find them 2024, like a Weimarian kind of a flip time. You're going to find them. Getting them and dealing with them might be a little bit different than the way they present themselves. So don't be disappointed about that part, especially now that you have heard the other side of the equation that they think is too uncouth to be told in the open air, where probably 4/5 of people would agree with me. It's populism. Too many people believe it to be true because it is. It's terrible. We need to write more books and browbeat people more and throw normal people out of places until our nightmarish vision of the world, our Frankenstein, Bride of Frankenstein's monster kind of conceptualities can be rammed down everyone's throats for infinity kind of conception of the world. So it's so sad to see it, especially when it's simp like so-called intellectuals of standing that might have had a couple of ideas and then will cave on this issue, probably because they're screwed up too and just want to justify it. That's why religion didn't appeal to these thinkers. It was too constrictive. They wanted to do all the bad things and still think of themselves as great people, using every sophistic trick in the book, including dominating psychology and making it thus, and now we're going to have this frame where we've degenerated, but we're going to call it progress. If you don't see it that way, you're wrong. This is just one iteration. It's world revolution. Workers' paradise will be had, damn it, despite that not looking to be the case in any area these types of people are around. It's a snow job for the workers that they abandoned a long time ago. Well, feminists, they abandoned their men and their traditions and their people a long time ago too. So that's the way they should be seen. They are for themselves, and there are other sisters that think that way, and a bunch of chumps that get steamrolled by them, cartelled out of the room because of them, labeled because of them. So ladies, you have someone like that, I would say you've got some screwed up people in your groups. And you're tolerating screwed up people, that you're just going to get more screwed up. somebody falls for that, look, anybody could fall for that. Like, what do they have for men? Well, they have a whole bunch of different Marxist-Leninist theories for men that I don't recommend either. So any of their groups, all of it's 1917ism, no matter how they want to serve it up, flavor it, disguise it, camouflage it, mix it, dice it, slice it, repackage it. It's all coming from the same place. Funded by the banking and plantation class that they don't believe in themselves, many of them, at least not the men. But these sassy ass women that have this political mandate, they're allowed to trumpet their nonsensical ideas. And again, it's not just the West. Like, the West looks ridiculous because of them, but it's cool to go to other countries like in Asia or Africa, where again, they're way ahead of us on this issue that we've fallen so far behind on. Like, the women there are as cool as can be about these things. They don't go along with it for a second, not a hot minute. Now, that's not to say they're better, it's just to say they're less deluded at this time. I'm hoping next week, with a new crop of ladies out there, they will be given this download and update and be able to protect themselves going forward and not fall for any damn version of that. Yes, we're different. No, we do not have to be acrimonious with each other. And if you don't get what you want from men, that's okay. And if men don't get what they want from women, that's okay too. That's karma. That is a dice roll. And nobody needs to get bent out of shape about that. If you're looking for something external, you're probably not going to get what you want or be able to keep it. And if you do have it, you're probably going to have some type of attachments to it that are anything other than free. So what is the solution? Well, I think one, we can just embrace ethnocentrism as just normal anthropology and not question it. And we can embrace it as well. But we can also do so in a skillful way that is not adversarial, that is essentially boundaries. That's it, boundaries, yes. What prevents sadism and predation? Boundaries. What are they against? Well, boundaries. What is a boundary? Well, ethnocentrism is a boundary. What are they against? Well, they're against ethnocentrism. What do they offer in exchange? Utopianism. Does that work? Of course not. So it's not, I wouldn't recommend going to Asia and not fitting in, not respecting the local customs. And I would also recommend people coming to the West not do that either. And if you do that, there's bad karma associated with that, as in bad results, like 3 out of 5 people or 4 out of 5 people not liking what you do or did or think, no matter how fancy you think you are. Because that would be pretty stupid, wouldn't it? Like, I'm going to wear a flaming red suit in a place where the decor or the dress code is black, like black tie. Am I being clever or am I just being stupid? Am I being unnecessarily provocative? It's all in the eye of the beholder, but of course if I was a narcissistic loon, an adversarial, ill will, and delusional kind of robot, I guess everyone else would be wrong except me, wouldn't they? Just like they think. So, those type of women, it's not about hate, right? And obviously not all women are that delusional or hateful or misguided. Obviously not. Or men, there's not so many misguided simps as the ones I just described, playing these types of accreditation games. Because they have to, because that's how they get leveraged. Okay. But on the other hand, you don't have to accept any iota of it, and you can also see it for what it is, which is extremely harmful and detrimental. Despite what other good things they might have, you're going to have to leave that poisonous part out. You're going to have to edit it on the fly, like delete it while they're saying it and drop it and not pursue it. It is a 110% waste of time, believe me. But they do like if you engage with it, because then, they can start the sophistic, rhetorical, cult-like process on you. So you get into a group that falls under that sway by an agitator, by the way, because that's how they work, 1917 style. Yeah, that group is pretty dead, or it's pretty compromised to the extent that they have free reign in it. And they do like to code drop. What a dog whistle. See, they're always projecting dog whistles, but they have their own damn dog whistles. So they dog whistle, you dog whistle them back. They're dog whistling, you can drop them. They aren't worth a rotten bag of potatoes. No matter how cute they might think they are. And for people that love people like that and want to vibe with people like that and hang out with people like that, great. I think the more self-selecting these people are and excluding and exclusionary they are, the better. Keep them in their little sulfuric bubbles. And that's it. I love it when they're just, admiring themselves and clapping in their little rituals and far away from civil society that they pretend to be. And think about the opposite. What would be the opposite of feminine? We don't have it because, I guess they didn't figure men would be stupid enough like that. But menism, I'm not for that. Any damn menist out here that want to over-focus on dingalingism, I'm not on board with that. The middle path is not about that. I have a lot of compassion for women, a lot of understanding. In some cases, I've had a lot of anxiety for women in general. I know I have a lot of love for mothers, for sisters, for aunts, for grandmothers, for daughters, for lovers, for wives, everything. I want it all to work, believe me, but it's not going to work with Marxist-Leninism. I don't give a damn who you are. Some, globoist telling me Marxist-Leninism is going to work because you're rich. That goes over like a whoopee cushion. At this point, again, maybe 1922, it was 50-50. You couldn't really say they were complete trash. Today, hell yes you can. I don't give a damn about any one of them. You want feminism, go away. I'm not putting up with you. I don't want to know anything more than that. As far as attacking your own people or delegitimizing it or thinking it's trivial and that we're going to all just blend together, it's never going to happen. So what would be the right thing to do, or right effort and right view, if it's not going to happen? Well, how about just supporting your own people and not feeling guilty or bad about that? And also not being an a-hole to people that are different. Or how about this, visitors? Somebody visiting from a different country, they could be a very venerable person. They're different than you. They don't belong to your group. They know that, you know that. You can still meet them at the point of contact with an immense amount of mutual respect. So long as they're not going to try to delegitimize your entire people and culture with some type of fantastical ideas. Look, it's very important. Spiritual enlightenment is really the most important thing. It is. I will agree with that. But it is based on the legs of a horse that is also a real thing. That is also socially and ethnocentrically manifested. And so to sever that tie or to dispute that or call that into question is a cultural crime. And it's conducted by cultural war criminals of all different types of stripes and varieties, with accreditation and without. So right now it's illicit. In 1 year, if they pass the bill, all of these people will be officially committing crimes. Not the people they say are bad that they project are these monsters. No, they're the monsters. Anthropologically flipped people. Not congruent with normal, decent human boundaries. So yeah, it's so sad in many ways, but that's just where we're at. Don't don't drink that Kool-Aid, or if you do, spit it out. Change your mind right now. You thought it was sort of innocuous or what have you. You're a little bit curious. Just don't be any. Don't give them even a half of the benefit of the doubt. Now, as far, again, as women being independent, doing what they want, they can do that. They can. They can also do that without disparaging normal people, normal relationships, heterosexuality, men and women, the institution of marriage. What else? Monogamy. How about women deferring to men in certain things and not seeing a problem with that? Men and women working together without this type of power trip jazz altogether. Can they do that? Of course they can do that. Do they do that? Yes, they do. When it works, it's great. But then there's this feminist component pushed out the distribution network of sadists for political reasons. So you want some of that astroturf, you want to have that too. Well, you really can't. You have one or the other. So I hope going forward there will be more divergence in civil society between 1917ists and just sound social policy. But if that makes me a horrible person, I guess I'm going to have to carry that disreputable mantle around, so that, yeah, I guess according to them, I'm a very, very, very bad person that doesn't deserve to exist and is responsible for all bad things going forward because of my just retrograde, old-fashioned, out-of-date kind of views, according to them. I'm going to have to carry that weight that they hate my guts for saying that and thinking that. I guess I'll just have to carry. I'll have to live with that. I'll have to live with that. And you're going to have to live with that too, because there they are, because they're so damn funded, organized, and maniac level aggressive on all of their wrong views, and don't see any problem spreading it to any venue that is totally and utterly inappropriate for their nonsense. Injecting it into everything. I can't think of a more toxic kind of thing, and yet there it is. So, but yeah, for men and women that do work together and have good times and are there for the kids and work together as a team, God bless you. Keep doing what you're doing. Teach other people how to do it the right way. not 1917 style. You be the voices of civil society and let other people that don't see it that way, let them be where they are. But don't mistake the two. If you're young and you think they have something off, they don't. Like misery loves company, that's about it. That's how you can see it. And in another way, it's good. They're selecting themselves out. They fell for it. They're defective in a way, in my opinion. And I don't want anything to do with people who are adversarial on a basic level. Like, are you a girl? No, I just look that way. I'm actually, I'm not having that type of interaction with people. Now, I understand cultural terrorists want that to be the norm and have normalized that to a certain degree, but they're going to normalize themselves straight into abnormalcy like they have, and that's great because that's sort of how karma works too. Now, on the other hand, you overdo ethnocentrism to the point that it's a ludicrous type of trolling, buffoonish act like these agent provocateurs are set up to do on a continuous rotating basis. Then guess what? You're not doing anything for anybody either except being a complete slapdash fool. So you're on my side, you're the guy who knows everything, that why we're so much better, and you're making a complete ass of yourself, then, I don't know if you're really presenting the brand the way it should be presented. Maybe you're not the right representative for it. Like maybe the geniuses that didn't do that, they might be better qualified to do it than you. And so maybe that's not funny what you're doing either. Like it's actually pretty insulting. Not just to the people in the group that you're making look bad, but also all the other venerable people that don't belong to the group but are in this world. That is true. It's just there's strictures with dealing with them, and there's also strictures for them dealing with us. And this is just social, this is propriety, like social propriety. People used to understand this. Now this has been called into question because of these terroristic operators and framists, the ismists. It's a phobia, there's a phobia, it's the phobia of the other. They come up with as much gibberish as they can. It's rhetorical kinds of framings, that's it. They don't like it. Something's wrong with it. They don't have access to something they want. So it's the other people that are evil. Well, maybe you shouldn't want something you shouldn't have. How about that? Or something that's inappropriate. Ever think about that one? Geniuses? I guess they don't. They're not going to question their inherent narcissism that is so deep in them that they think they've overcome it and other people haven't because they're ethnocentric. It's like, whoa, how freaking dense can you be? Well, that's them. That's how they're made, aren't they? That's why they're called torpedoes and smuggies. So it's got to come from somewhere, and yeah, psychology has a lot of them in it. That's not to say that the science itself is disreputable, it's just it's hit or miss. And that ideological component is in play. But if it isn't, that's great. I want to also congratulate all psychologists that have remained depoliticized in one of the most politicized times ever. They're heroes. And a lot of them have gone through these psych labs, and they are awful. And that they don't propagate that poison to people is really a good thing. But who knows where things are going? These radicals and wig flipped, what do we call them? The plantationist class. They're hitting the gas. The Benedict Arnold class. However much slop they can throw down the ladder to keep people from ejecting them from their positions of influence, the more they'll throw down. If they need to put another billion into some type of wig flip program, they'll do it. They have no problem doing that. But the people downstream from that, they're the ones that get all the junk, all the dissatisfying relationships, all the fights about nothing, all the power struggles, all the disappointments. They get all of that. The smarty pants get the grant, get the tenure, get the little cultish fake group consensus, auto clap kind of social approbation or social acclaim. Their books get published and distributed, you see. The other people weren't good enough as they were, so yeah, depoliticizing the humanities and specifically psychology, that's going to be a project once some type of turn is some type of turn happens in culturally, like where people just say, look, we've had enough of this nightmare, and this illicit behavior is now illegal, and we gotta go and just throw out the garbage that was sold as the real thing. Till that happens, well, they say this and this person says that, and because we're going to give both sides, the full disinformation side and the authentic side, equal time, because we're going to be fair, but it's really not really wise to combine nonsense with reality-based, compassion-based viewpoints. They're going to present the illusion of academia to you and hope that 50% of you make, or 20, 30, even 10% make the wrong decision in life. Be a little a small peon in their psych army, doing the 5 cents from devilish work that they feel is better for them in some type of crippled social monstrosity that keeps them at the top. Where they have their little PMC arbiters arbitrate your messed up relationship for the rest of your life while your kids are taken hostage and away from you and estranged from you, and you get to pay for them. And the little wifey gets to feel super superior about all of her, really modern ideas about power and reclaiming her sense of self in this time. So we'll see. I mean, it's just so disgraceful at this point that you would think people would not be as stupid as to label themselves such a thing, but people are denser than a box of rocks at this time, if you haven't noticed. So, and that is by design. Like, these viewpoints, not allowed, right? The other viewpoints, full propaganda, pipe distribution. Will that change minds and frames? I guess so, but not for the better, despite their claims. So it's just the time we're living in. It's the time we're in, but you don't have to opt in, so don't. And if you did opt out and get to practicing, if you had a problem with men, forgive all men right now. Men are not your damn problems. Men are absolutely what are keeping the lights on in your zone. So did you say thank you all men keeping the lights on today? If not, you should. Now, if men have a problem with women, look, men, you could say thank women for, how about giving birth to you? How about nurturing you? At least to the point that you're self-sufficient. They absolutely did do that, even if they messed things up or couldn't give you everything you needed. They gave you that, which is enormous. It's priceless, isn't it? So you can thank them for that, and you can have compassion for their strengths and weaknesses. You can have compassion for your strengths and weaknesses, your weakness for women, right? And they do call it a weakness, don't they? They'll say, oh, the strength for women. Yeah. No, it's a weakness for women. Either caving to them as a sadomasochist would, or believing them blindly, or throwing your life away for one. So need that happen every time? No, of course not. There are ideal relationships, and one should really reflect on what that is and be very honest with oneself and others so that they know, like, I only have this much time, I'm only doing this, I'm only living here, I'm only living under these conditions, and if you are okay with that, fine. If you're not, it's not going to work, and I'm going to tell you that right up front. Now, I think that can be done. Now, even if you do that, they agree to it, you should probably get it in writing because they'll forget 1 week later. I didn't agree to that. I'm not happy. So, non-attachment, that's something that applies to women and women, that applies to men, whether they will admit it or not. Women will drop a man like that. See, men don't even have that. Men have more sentimentality and romance than women do in many cases. But that's a survival mechanism. I used to think poorly of that quality. I have changed my opinion, Daga styles, on that. I think it's a very skillful way to be. If things change, if internally or externally, it's changed. You have to be congruent, and so why waste anybody's time? I think it's a strength. It's not a weakness. Now, I'm not saying all women do that for any old reason. But there are extreme cases, or they are known to do that more often than men do. Men, on the other hand, with their over-attachments, that's totally misguided, stupid, foolish, and doomed to suffering. Yet we're supposed, that's what romance is all. And no, it's not. What's love got to do with it? Like I said, forget love. How about friendship? What would a friend do of a different sex? Well, they wouldn't stab you in the back, would they? They wouldn't screw you over, would they? They wouldn't cause you all different types of agita for nonsense, would they? So a woman that does that is not your damn friend. And even if she claims she loves you, she doesn't. Her love doesn't mean a damn thing. And neither does yours if you're in a sadomasochistic relationship. I love her. She's the love of my life. Why is that? There's no reason for it except delusion. Cowardice, maybe. External validation. So, look, don't give people passes. Also think they know everything about men, women, relationships. They probably don't know a damn thing. Especially some of these bruiser broads. What do they know about men? That they didn't give them the time of day, so they got some axe to grind against them. Okay, and so what else is new? Same thing can be seen on the male side. There's men, women don't give them the time of day, you're ugly. Okay, well, what else can you do? Because putting a ding-a-ling in a hole never was a talent to begin with. Can you do math on a non-rudimentary level? Yes or no? Yes. Wow, you're super normal. Congratulations. Focus on that. You can put the ding-a-lingism behind you. Congratulations. Now, do you look like an Adonis and have 10 women knocking down your door all night? You're not in a better position than the buster I just mentioned. You're not. You're in a way worse position. Well, I'm better. Objectively, everyone would want to be me, not me. I don't want that. Oh, no. No, 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 no. No, no, no. There's one thing worse than women not liking you, and that's when they all like you all at the same time. To the point that things start getting crazy all the time. Like jumping through windows in the middle of the night, police getting called. You got to talk to some of these Don Giovanni's out there. They got stories to tell that a lot of them won't tell you. But they're bad. I'm gonna kill myself if you don't come over here right now. Like, I mean, just off the charts kinds of madness and purgatory out there. So if you have a supernormal relationship, be very grateful for that. But even if you have a normal relationship in these times, be grateful for that too. And if you've had subnormal relationships, forgive yourself. Be compassionate towards yourself and others. Also see the other as a teacher and not as a villain. They taught you something about pain. They gifted you suffering. And that is a great gift. Because without suffering, there is no transformation. So see it in that context. And don't rail against ethnocentrism. Look, I am so happy that the Thai people are the Thai people. And when I visit, I bring all the respect of a foreigner to their society that I can bring. And it would devastate me to in any way undermine them and how they are. And I apply those same rules to all European peoples, Western peoples, and all non-European and non-Western people. Japanese, I bring my utmost respect to that place and that people. I do not litter in their spaces. I do not question their traditions. I do not disparage them. I try to understand them. And that is the enlightened way. And although the spiritual does transcend the physical, I'm all about doing that every day in practice. I'm still not going to be out of congruence with just basic common decency, civility, and respect. I'm just not doing it. I'm not doing it on an ethnocentric level, and I'm not doing it anywhere else. So be advised and beware of these Pied Pipers of utopianism that claim to be better and actually aren't. And the conditions they create are more animosity and polarization, which is the opposite of what they claim they're doing, which is an indicator that they're full of hot nonsense. So, and also if you're a minority ethnic group somewhere and people are around hating on you, try to move to a place where that's not the case, where you are more with your group. And that can be in micro environments, that can be in regional environments, that can be in international environments. Because that's how you do solve the problem, right? I'm not wanted here, I'm hated here, people think I'm wrong. They don't want me here. I don't need to be here. Now, it's a shame if you're stuck, but how stuck are people really? A lot of them think they're more stuck than they are. And when you move to where your people are, you don't have to bring any hate for the other people with you. You can just see it as an unskillful representation of a certain set of factors that keep a group coherent and cohesive, and it has nothing to do with you as a person. And a lot of these things are due to historical reasons. For example, the Greeks in Turkey were really super culture, and they all had to leave because they were not tolerated by the Turks. And so they had to leave. And that's why there's two separate countries. And they haven't gone to war with each other in a long time, and hopefully they won't go go to war with each other again anytime soon. But that's still a possibility because that's how they got there in the first place. So does that justify it? Not really. But is it a historical fact? Yes. Well, do you want to work with it or do you want to work against it? What do you want to do? You want to turn back the clock? How do you do that? So middle path people, this is really, it's not rocket science. Just you got these radicals and wig flippers that came in and threw shade on everybody that was normal. It's sort of a, what do you call it, delegitimizing or destabilizing kind of tactic. It's meant to create division while claiming it's not doing that. So, yeah, who would do that? Well, not the best people, would they? Committed charlatans and destroyers, essentially, and a bunch of dupes and go-alongs and spineless, sadist variety kind of people with alternative agendas that, again, don't make any sense for you, but does make sense in terms of Benedict Arnold class politics on a global scale. So yeah, I hope that clears it up. But yeah, if people don't like it, just whatever, don't subscribe. Just get lost. Nobody cares. I don't care. I've been attacked by people with mindsets just like that my entire life. And I just don't care. I don't. The topic is dunner than a burger that's fallen into the charcoal pit and was there all night. I'm not eating that burger, and it's done. So it's well cooked, just like your torpedoism and your torpedo trainers. So float somewhere around. If I could put a homing beacon around me that could, keep you permanently out of my mind space, I would. See, the mind space, it's possible. Everywhere else, it's just an annoyance, right? Like people just honking their horns for no reason, like all day long. It's annoying, but it's not something. You're not in traffic all the time, are you? I hope not. So yeah, that's that single, double, triple, home run, however you want to call it. Stay safe out there.